Yes, hello, my beautiful friends. It is an amazing day. We are getting geared up for Trump and Elon on X, and it's going to be an interview that breaks the interwebs. It's breaking a lot of minds for liberals out there. In fact, they're so upset about this, their heads are exploding into outer space. This is live footage from outside Twitter HQ right now, where liberals are assembling to protest Trump Elon. Here's the scene. It's absolutely wild. Watch this. Whoa! Whoa! All the way past Trump. There he is. SpaceX! It's even higher than... See them both light up? Wow, it's even higher than SpaceX. That's how upset the left is about this. We've got a bunch of additional clips. This came over from Rican, the Rican memes on X. Make sure you're following them. We'll do a repost on this so you can grab that one at home. But that's about what's happening out there. A lot of people very upset that Elon is going to be hosting Trump. Trump made his debut back on X. And so we've got this beautiful video that they released here for the initial debut. But coming up, man, we've got a lot of reaction. So the EU is trying to silence the president. We're going to read through this and understand how these little dictators from some other foreign entity, why they think they can talk to us at all about our elections. We're going to read that, see if they'll explain that, why they think they should meddle in our affairs. Elon responded. We got a bunch of fun stuff. Linda Yaccarino, the CEO, responded, and the White House is all coming out trying to stop this interview from happening. Is there anything you can do? Can you like nuke the servers or something? They're so freaked about it. Karine got asked about it today at the White House. So this is how Trump made his announcement, made his return. Here is President Trump's big post. 8:19 on August 12th, up to 22 million views all over the place. And boy, that is a lot of them, right? And that's a lot of them. It's a 2-minute, 30-second video. We'll watch it, and then we'll listen to some of the reaction from the people on the left who've just lost their bananas, rocketing themselves into outer space. Here is Trump. Trump has left the building. Over.
We can now project the winner of the presidential race. Donald Trump wins the presidency.
What started off as unlikely, impossible, is now reality.
I will fight for you with every breath in my body, and I will never, ever let you down.
We have a president who actually fulfilled the promises he made during the campaign, securing the border to foreign policy.
He now has a record as president.
We are going to go through some reaction here. This is what Thierry Breton, some guy from the EU who thinks we give a crap what he thinks, says, here with great audience, like Elon has, like Trump has, comes great responsibility. Here's what this whack job says. Says, as there is a risk of amplification of potentially harmful content in the EU, in connection with events with major audiences around the world, I sent this letter to Elon Musk. And we'll read it just so we know who we're dealing with. This guy is from the EU. I think he's interfering with our election. We remember when the Russians spent like $100 on some idiotic Facebook ads? They had a whole meltdown about this. This is the EU now putting their thumb on the conversation to try to stop a conversation from happening on one of the biggest and most freest platforms that exists out there, if not the biggest and most freest in terms of the big boys out there. And we love Rumble and all of the other places, but X is just a size, an order of magnitude bigger. And so the EU thinks that they can come in here and shut this conversation up. Let's read it. It says, Dear Mr. Musk, coming from the EU, Thierry Breton, member of the Commission. He says, I'm writing to you in the context of recent events in the UK and in relation to a planned broadcast on your platform of a live conversation with Trump yourself, which will be accessible to users in the EU. Now, I understand that you, Elon, are currently doing a stress test of the platform. Elon was doing that last night. He was playing some video games and seeing if he could make sure that the feeds are going to work, the tubes don't break down. In this context, I'm compelled to remind you of the due diligence obligations set out in the Digital Services Act, as outlined in my previous letter. As the individual entity ultimately controlling a platform of over 300 million users, 1/3 of them in the EU, that has been designated a very large online platform, a VLOP, you have a legal obligation, Elon, to ensure that X complies with our laws. And that means ensuring that freedom of expression and of information are effectively protected on one hand, and on the other hand, that all proportionate and effective mitigation measures are put in place about the amplification of harmful content. So suppress stuff that we don't like from you, including live streaming, which, if unaddressed, might increase the risk profile of X as a platform and generate detrimental effects on civic discourse. They want civic discourse as long as you have a muzzle on your mouth. And public security. This is important against the background of recent examples of public unrest brought about by the amplification of content leading to disorder. It also implies that informing the EU without undue delay, you need to let us know without undue delay about the measures taken to address our concerns. You must do all of these things. Take timely, diligent, non-arbitrary, and objective action. Inform users about action that's taken, and so on. Now, as you know, formal proceedings are already ongoing against X. As the relevant content is accessible to EU users, we cannot exclude spillovers, and therefore, we are monitoring the risks. In the EU, with the dissemination of content that might incite violence, hate, or racism in conjunction with major political events around the world, including interviews. And so let me clarify, Elon. Let me clarify that any negative effect of illegal content on X in the EU, which could be attributed to the ineffectiveness of the way in which X applies the relevant provisions, may be relevant in the context of these ongoing proceedings. And so we're already, after you. And if you violate it, we're coming after you harder. We're also talking about terroristic content and anything that might incite violence, hate, and racism. And so I therefore urge you to promptly ensure the effectiveness of your systems and report measures taken to my team, okay? This guy's Elon's boss now. What's his name? Theory Brayton says, my services and I will be extremely vigilant to any evidence that points to breaches of our community and will not hesitate to make full use of our toolbox, including interim measures, should it be warranted to protect our EU citizens from serious harm. Yours sincerely, copied Linda Yaccarino. This is also signed by Theory Breton. It's copied to the CEO of X. So this guy is, as far as I understand, he's not even elected. He's representing all of Europe. Is that what's happening? This guy's representing all of Europe and he's coming over to America and telling us, you better be careful what you talk about on your own social media platform. Wow. No thanks, brother. We don't give a crap what you say. And Elon doesn't either. In fact, here's what Elon responded. He said, to be honest, I really wanted to respond with this Tropic Thunder meme, but I would never do something so rude and irresponsible. Elon responded, he says, to this guy, he just reposted it. He says, you know what? Why don't you take a big step back and literally F your own face off? F your own face. Theory. Do it multiple times, repeatedly. And that's exactly right. Couldn't have said it better myself. And thank you, Tom Cruise, for saying that. Okay, that's Elon. Literally F your own face. Go for it. Now, Elon didn't say that. That would be irresponsible for him to say that. But we'll go ahead and say it for him. All right, we'll say that to this guy, Theory Breton. Theory, why don't you literally F your own face and get the hell out of our political life, jerk? All right, so that's Elon. And it's pretty appropriate. This movie's coming up a lot in reference to this election. We have also some other character resemblance taking place here. I know previously last week there was the meme, I think we saw, that Tim Walz sort of resembles the character of Jack Black, and Kamala Harris, of course, played by Robert Downey Jr., I think, in that film also. So a lot of connections here, and this guy is literally also coming back. So Linda Yaccarino was a little bit more diplomatic. Says, this is an unprecedented attempt to stretch a law intended to apply in Europe to political activities in the US. It also patronizes European citizens, suggesting they are incapable of listening to a conversation and drawing their own conclusions. Linda Yaccarino, the CEO of X. Which is absolutely right. I mean, if I'm a European, if I live in any one of those countries, I'm like, this guy speaks for you guys? Like, for real? Does he? Because there was a big problem that we had with European tyrants, about 250 years ago. And it's not something that we're going to want to revisit here. we were allies with many people in Europe because they were, allies in the principles of Western democracy, right? A lot of what we have in the United States, many argue, comes from the Enlightenment era. People like John Locke and all these people were instrumental in creating the political philosophy of a lot of the founding fathers. And so we have this in common: free speech, due process of law, presumption of innocence. These are all in alignment with the Western ideology, with Western traditions. But if Europe is not doing that anymore, if Europe is acting like a dictatorship where they censor their opponents, just like they would criticize about Russia or any of these other countries, they're like the North Korea, like they're going to censor you. So if Europe is doing that to us again, what are we, helping them with 100 billion, or how many billions? 100 billion? I don't even know how much it is anymore in Ukraine and all this stuff anymore. Why? So they can come back over here and censor us? No, thanks. Questions continue to arise about, this so-called commission and what the hell they're doing governing all of Europe. Who is this guy? All right. So now there's a lot of reaction to this. So we know that the White House,
Elon Musk
and others in the media are just freaked about this. We've got other people freaking out on this. Here is a clip from CNN saying, oh gosh, they're going to spread so much misinformation and disinformation here tonight, which is wild because, all the major news channels have their like, for example, Joe Brzezinski, he posts all his clips on X, and that is clearly misinformation. So like, he's allowed to be on here. So, okay, there's some misinformation. I mean, MSNBC posts their clips on here, so there's that too. And so this is now CNN really upset about the fact that Elon and Trump are going to have a conversation that's free, uncensored, doesn't have to go through the media censors who decide what's appropriate or what's not, what questions they can rig against Trump and not. Here is CNN's reaction.
Donald Trump finding a new ally this election, billionaire Elon Musk. The two men are set to appear on the platform formerly known as Twitter, now X, later tonight for what Musk is promising will be a, quote, unscripted and no limits conversation. Trump is now getting used to the fact that Musk endorsed him shortly after the assassination attempt, even though he's been critical of SpaceX and the Tesla CEO in the past.
And I'm for electric cars. I have to be, because Elon endorsed me very strongly, Elon. So I have no choice.
Musk's rise as a Trump backer comes as X has turned into a haven for the spread of misinformation. Since buying the site almost 2 years ago, Musk's site has struggled to control it.
Hey, Elon is filled with misinformation. How do we know? Well, we wrote a bunch of articles about it. Look, they've got a bunch of CNN articles up here. Wow, Zachary Cohen, Marshall Cohen. What are they, married? Here's one, Donnie O'Sullivan, Brian Fung, Marshall Cohen. All these people. We write articles about ourselves and about how amazing we are and how terrible Elon is, and we just reference ourselves in our posts.
On topics ranging from the election to the assassination attempt against Trump. Sometimes the bad information has been boosted by Musk himself, who posted a conspiracy regarding the attack on Paul Pelosi in October of 2022 before deleting it.
Well, it was still a weird thing that happened there. A lot of people were wondering what they were doing, having apparently drinks together. I mean, he had a drink in his hand. It was a weird situation. Anyway, so that's one weird person on CNN having a meltdown. Here's another one. This one reposted via Rob Smith, clips from Johnny MAGA, shared this one. They're just really having a hard time with this. Heads blowing up into the moon.
There is a real belief among the campaign that this election, and I think if you look at either side, they both believe this, is going to be decided by a finite number of voters. And the Trump campaign believes that they have to reach out to those voters in non-traditional ways. And part of that might be doing an interview with Elon Musk. Elon Musk has a big social media following. These are people who aren't going to tune into traditional news, who aren't going to follow politics in a traditional sense, but they are going to tune into Elon Musk doing a Twitter Spaces with Donald Trump. It's the same reason you saw him sit down with streamer Aiden Ross. It's the same reason he's been doing a series of podcasts and MMA stuff. This is a group of people who are probably first-time voters, potential voters, and they believe that those people would swing in favor of Donald Trump. So that's who they're trying to reach with these various kinds of events.
Yeah, because there's a generation of people who are looking at their future under Harris Biden, and they're asking themselves, what is there for me? What is there? There's a wrecked border that's perverted all of the, the economics of the country. There is inflation through the roof. Everything you try to buy is insanely expensive. You try to get a turkey sandwich for 2 people, it's $55. What the hell's going on here? Can't buy a house. It's over for many people. Realizing that coming up under this administration. Now, there is a possibility for a better future, and they're starting to realize it's not with the Democratic Party. So they're resentful, they're disdainful, they're so irritated that all of these other streamers have bigger audiences and followings than they do. And they're just going to sit around and mope, or they're going to try to get the White House to do something about it. So here's this guy who says, is there anything you can do? Can you like nuke the servers or something? Can you send the FBI to raid Trump's residence again?
Elon Musk is slated to interview Donald Trump tonight on X. I don't know if the president is going to tune in. Feel free to say if he is or not. But I think that misinformation on Twitter is not just a campaign issue. It's a America issue. What role does the White House or the president have in sort of stopping that, or stopping the spread of that, or sort of intervening in that? Some of that was about campaign misinformation, but
can you please censor them? Okay, I'm freaked out that they're going to have a conversation that we're not going to be in control of. What are you going to do about this? This is an American issue. This is a person who is a journalist in the briefing room, in the press briefing room. Can you please shut them up? This is disinformation that's going to be a national security issue to all of America. Please help, Karine. We can't listen to it and respond with our words. So just shut him up. It's crazy. I mean, he should never be allowed to be a journalist again. Like, he obviously has failed journalism school, doesn't understand anything about the press wanting to hear from candidates. They should be thrilled about this. So wait, Trump's going to come out here and start running his mouth about all sorts of misinfo and disinfo. Great. You guys have the press. You have all of the media. You have all of the cable news, all the print media, absent Fox. You own it all. Just respond to the substance. They can't. They're freaked because they have no substance. And Trump's policies are very attractive to a lot of people. So the only thing that they can do is gag him, indict him, sue him into oblivion, and try to stop him. This guy's whining like a pathetic weenie to the White House.
It's a wider thing, right?
Yeah, no, and you've heard us talk about this many times from here, about the responsibilities that social media platforms have when it comes to misinformation, disinformation. Don't have anything to read out from here about specific ways that we're working on it, but we believe that they have the responsibility. These are private companies, so we're also mindful of that too. Look, it is. I think it is incredibly important to call that out as you're doing. I just don't have any specifics on what we have been doing internally as it relates to the interviews. Not something that I'm tracking, and I'm sure the president's not tracking it either.
All right, so they're losing it. They don't want this interview to happen. They're very upset that Trump is getting out there and making connections all over the place, and they're trying to stop it, begging the White House to intervene. Pathetic. All right. So let's continue on. So that is some pre-interview warm-up stuff. Now let's take a look at what is happening with this new lawsuit, because boy, oh boy, this is fun. Trump now set to sue the DOJ and the FBI for raiding Mar-a-Lago unconstitutionally, illegally, with Jack Smith unlawfully appointed, stealing money, appropriating stuff from a slush fund at the DOJ to fund the whole thing. Case dismissed. Trump wants compensation, restitution for this raid. They also took pictures of Melania's bedroom and Barron's bedroom, gobbled up a bunch of documents. And what is all of that about? Maybe this lawsuit will tell us. But we're going to read through the notice of claim, which has been submitted. You can see it looks like this. It's 15 pages. We're going to hit the highlights of it. But here's some background on what happened. So Trump is now suing, or will be suing. This is a notice of claim. It's very complicated to sue the government because they put up a bunch of speed bumps and roadblocks to prevent you from doing that. But here's what Trump says. Now suing the DOJ for $100 million in damages, which is like, I mean, come on. It should be like $1 billion easily. The political damage alone was $1 billion, easy. Now, Fox News got the memo. We're going to read through it. Trump and his legal team say that they intend to sue the Justice Department. They file a notice of claim and they try to settle it there, but then they don't. We intend to sue the DOJ. After the raid, Jack Smith was appointed to investigate after the raid. but he inherited the entire team. Okay, they're all part of this corrupt ordeal. Smith ultimately brought 37 felony counts, every one of them dismissed, including willful retention of national defense information, conspiracy to obstruct justice, and false statements. Trump pleaded not guilty to all counts. But then U.S. District Judge Eileen Cannon last month dismissed Smith's case against Trump altogether. Gone. Cannon ruled that Smith was unlawfully appointed and illegally funded, citing the Appointments Clause in the Constitution. Sorry, Jack. So then Trump's attorney, Daniel Epstein, filed a notice to sue the DOJ. They've got 180 days from now, from the date of the receipt, to respond to the notice. Trump's case will move forward in the Southern District of Florida. Now, what Trump is doing here is not just standing up for himself. He's standing up for all Americans who believe in the rule of law and believe that you should hold the government accountable when it wrongs you, said Trump's attorney. There's a beautiful property that was raided by plainclothed FBI officers carrying weapons that had a use of force policy that authorized them to shoot and kill. If necessary, they could have done it. And they didn't have to, fortunately. But why'd they raid with guns and in plain clothes? Well, we're going to go into this because there's a lot of material here showing that even after the raid, FBI agents themselves were shocked and outraged by this. So here is Trump's notice of claim. This is going against the U.S. Department of Justice, brought by President Donald Trump. Going forward, saying this is a claim brought by Trump. Here's the date of the accident or the injury that occurred, which was the raid of Trump's residence, 8:39 in the morning. We'll read the memo for all the details. Now, the FBI special agent in charge was a witness, Derek Piper there, assistant special agent in charge from the FBI. See the memo for a bunch of other items. Insurance not relevant to the claims. Deductibles not relevant to the claims. Trump will pay for the damages there, whatever. But we're not going to be invoking insurance. We would just want compensation. So here, this is the form for making a claim and recovering damages against the United States. This goes over to the Department of Justice, Federal Tort Claims Section, to Chetan Patil from Trump's defense, and in this case, his plaintiff's team. They say, all right, DOJ and government, this memo is letting you know that we're about to sue you for tortious conduct under Florida law. Now, the tortious acts, which are the violative acts against Trump, are rooted in intrusion upon seclusion, malicious prosecution, and abuse of process resulting from the August 8th raid of his family's home. This case falls within the established exceptions to the practice of the United States not generally waiving sovereign immunity for this. Here's why. First, a clear exception to the intentional tort bar exists. And second, this carve-out, we're allowed to bring this claim. Here's why. Now, as explained below, the operational level decisions here were made by Attorney General Merrick Garland and FBI Director Wray. Those decisions were inconsistent with other protocols requiring the consent of the investigative target, that's Trump, and disclosure to Trump's attorneys and the use of the local U.S. Attorney's Office. The two at the top didn't do any of those things. And further, Garland from the DOJ and FBI Wray, their decisions about the Mar-a-Lago raid were not grounded in any social, economic, or political policy, but they were in clear dereliction of their constitutional duties. They applied inconsistent standards to Trump, and there was a clear intent to engage in political prosecution. Now, not to advance good law enforcement practices, and that's why we're filing this claim. Now, the actions by Garland and Wray were not discretionary, but they were required as a matter of procedure under the Constitution. They do not have the authority to deviate from these protocols. Garland and Wray should have never approved a raid and subsequent indictment of President Trump because the well-established protocol with U.S. presidents was to use non-enforcement means to obtain records. But notwithstanding the fact that the raid should have never occurred, Garland and Wray should have ensured their agents sought consent from Trump, notified his lawyers, sought cooperation. Instead, Garland and Wray decided to stray from the protocol, and they did it intentionally to injure Trump. Now, under Florida law, there's a claim called intrusion upon seclusion. So we're not in criminal land anymore. We're not talking about crimes. We're talking about torts. These are civil offenses that still cause injury to somebody, but it's not criminal per se. And here we're suing the government to recover damages from this claim, which is an intrusion upon seclusion. So they say under Florida law, there is a concept called intrusion upon seclusion. It's an invasion of privacy right. Somebody invades your privacy, you sue them. Now, an intentional intrusion, this is what it's required, physically or otherwise into the private quarters of another person. So those are the elements, right? We talk about the checkboxes of an offense here, or elements of an offense. An intentional intrusion, physically or otherwise, into the private quarters of another person. And the intrusion must occur in a manner that a reasonable person would find highly offensive. I do. We were outraged that they went in there and took photos of Melania's bedroom. Why? Why did they need to go in there? Were there documents in there? No. Were there any evidence of documents being in there? No. Why'd they have to go into her closet? I don't know. Well, we think we know because they're perverted hacks. Now, the first factor requires an intrusion. The second factor is one that's so severe and unacceptable that a reasonable person, you or me, would be offended by it. Now, the former assistant director in charge of the FBI, he testified that based on his over 20-year tenure at the FBI should have sought a consent to search the premises before resorting to a search warrant, right? Just ask. Could have just asked. Additionally, Mr. D'Antonio, 20 years, testified that the FBI refused to wait for President Trump's attorney to even be present before starting the raid. Wow. Shocking. Now, protocol would require both of those things. Mr. D'Antonio testified that the FBI sought to exclude Trump's attorney from the raid, which was a move with which Mr. Antonio disagreed. He also believed that the FBI should have worked with the president's attorney to get a consent search before a search warrant. They didn't want that. They wanted a raid. Mr. D'Antonio's testimony is consistent with internal emails that we'll look at to the DOJ and FBI officials a week before the raid, where the FBI Washington field office team requested that the DOJ and the FBI get cooperation from the president. Can you just get cooperation from him to search from any documents, stating that a consensual search would provide a level of comfort that the FBI has gotten all the documents back, okay? But FBI officials in the emails, they refuse to seek such consent. They wanted a raid. Now, the primary allegations here allege intentional injury to President Trump. Trump nevertheless preserves his ability to claim negligence to the extent that law enforcement officers were subject to negligent instruction by Wray. So maybe not even blaming the field officers, the field agents, blaming the directors. The facts may support a negligence claim that would not permit AG Wray or Director Wray, AG Garland or Director Wray, to claim is a matter of unreviewable discretion. In Florida, negligence results if defendants had a duty to use local agents rather than DC agents and failed to seek Trump's consent. This is a breach of a DOJ duty and it caused injury to Trump. And so all of that, they're saying we're just preserving our right to make additional claims. Now, FBI demonstrated activity and it was inconsistent with protocols used in routine searches. Trump had a clear expectation of privacy. It was his home. His family lived there. And the raid where the established protocol was violated constitutes an unacceptable intrusion to anybody who's a reasonable person. Now, that was just one claim, okay? They violated his right to privacy. Similarly, there was also malicious prosecution. They had a vendetta to go take Trump out. Malicious prosecution is another type of tort in Florida. It requires the following elements. There are 6 of them. So think about these as checkboxes. There was an original criminal proceeding that was commenced against Trump, okay? The present defendant was the legal cause of the original proceeding against the plaintiff. So Jack Smith is the prosecutor. He's now the defendant, essentially. The DOJ is the one who prosecuted Trump maliciously. Okay, got that. The termination of the original proceeding was a termination in favor of Trump. Got that one. Okay, 3 for 3. There was an absence of probable cause for the original proceeding. Boom, 4 for 4. And there was malice on part of Jack Smith and Merrick Garland. Got that too. The plaintiff suffered damage. Yes, he did. As a result of the original proceeding. Boom, we're 6 for 6 on that one. Looks good. So Jack's office, obviously, based substantially, the entire case was based substantially on the fruits of a search warrant. Remember that? We covered that August 8th. They brought a lawless criminal indictment against Trump on July 27th. Now, the United States was the cause of this proceeding. which was dismissed by Eileen Cannon on July 15th. Sorry, Jack. The defects of the appointment of and the appropriations for Jack Smith and the overbreadth of the search warrant shows there was no probable cause leading to this indictment. In fact, look at this law professor called John Yoo, former senior DOJ official here. He says this, John Yoo, he's a professor for Berkeley. He writes, "We've never indicted a former president before. And so that itself is a major hurdle. That's a major statement to say that we have probable cause. We, the government, have probable cause to believe that Trump has committed a federal crime." And then the second thing is, if you look at the search warrant, the same thing I think is really important is the breadth of it. It essentially says you, the FBI, can look in Trump's home for any document at all that was created by President Trump in the time period of the presidency. We read through that too and thought, oh my gosh. So it actually goes well beyond just searching for classified information. And so that's what causes, I think, a lot of the controversy over it. Is one, was this necessary, putting aside whether it's constitutional or not? And I think, and we can get into that, but when was it necessary? And then two, why the breadth? Why look for a lot more than just classified info? Because this was a hit. It was a political hit. Now, moreover, as the Court of Appeals and Merrick Garland should have foreseen, Trump had immunity from prosecution like all the other presidents did. Now, as such, given the Supreme Court's immunity decision and Cannon's dismissal on the grounds that Jack Smith was illegal, there was no constitutional basis for the search or the indictment at all. Now, this is where it gets good. Internal FBI communications reflect the skeptical attitude of line-level agents to the probable cause theory. Why should we rate him? There is no basis for it at all. Documents obtained from the FBI and reported in Bloomberg reveal the bias, we call them political antics, and lack of probable cause involved in the raid of Mar-a-Lago. Here is one email. This one came out from this person, Chansonette, guessing it's a she, from Chansonette Mori at the FBI. Subject, search warrant on former President Trump. She emails this to Paul Abate. We know who he is. We see his name all over this stuff. He's a real piece of something. So Chansonette says, good morning, sir. Just wanted you to be aware of the concerns and comments our office has received regarding the search of former President Trump. Here's one. Hello, Chansonette. Did this really just happen? Am I dreaming? So Chansonette looks like she is the acting ombudsman. So she's, what's the water cooler talk look like? Someone sent this to her. She's forwarding it along to Paul Abate. Did this really just happen? Am I dreaming? Says somebody at the FBI. The FBI served a search warrant on a former president. The news is redacted, saying it's about documents. Did this really just happen? I've lost just about all faith in our leadership. Obviously, they forgot Crossfire Hurricane, where they made up a bunch of stuff about Trump. If he took documents, give him a call. Ask for them back. Like, seriously? My own agency? A bunch of Democrat political hacks up top. Amen to that. I don't know how many blank, but they may have lost one here. Right? I don't know how many people they're trying to recruit for these positions, but they may have lost me. Is there any plan from leadership to explain these absurd actions? I no longer believe we have real probable cause based on Crossfire Hurricane. In other words, they've already been caught faking investigations into Trump. And everything else I've seen to include targeting parents based on the AG's letter. Now, they need to explain their embarrassment of the Bureau. That used to be a mortal sin. Please convey this message. They owe our workforce an explanation of their overt political antics. Their overt political antics, which is clearly what they were from the beginning. Another FBI agent. Continues. Thanks. Also, Chansonette, while you're at it, please ask them why we break out all the tools to enforce a federal misdemeanor of someone walking through the Capitol on January 6th. We track down through cell phone analysis and we arrest. Okay, like everything. Like, go get that guy. Like he's a PDF file or something like that. No. Somebody walking through the Capitol after the cops tap people on the shoulder and let them in. But people can violate 18 U.S. Code 1507 every single day and harass Supreme Court justices in broad daylight on the news and nothing is done about it. Why? Well, because it's a hack agency. That's why. I believe they won't be able to answer because the answer is that they are a bunch of political hacks of the Democratic Party. Cheers. Federal law is quite clear. Under 18 U.S. Code 1507, it is a criminal violation of federal law to picket or parade near a building or a residence occupied by a federal judge, juror, or witness with the intent of interfering with or impeding the administration of justice with the intent of influencing the judge, clearly they are with their signs, in the discharge of his duty. Okay, so these are other people from the DOJ, looks like from the FBI in this one, who are sending letters in to their superiors. In another email, an agent questions whether there was a prediction for the raid, as well as questions about the existence of probable cause for the warrant, suspecting the motive was any type of political opposition. So here's another one. Good morning, says the ombudsman to Paul Abate. Here's what else we're hearing. Hello, Chansonette. See the start of the result below from the politicizing and absolute embarrassment of the recently formed Banana Republic Bureau. Wow. People are threatening us more than usual due to the actions of a few. Here we go again. I can't wait to see what training we will have to all do now as a result of this. More training we have to do because you raided him. What is the prediction of the investigation involving the search? It better be more than putting a few documents in the archives or classified material of which the man could have declassified. What is the probable cause of the warrant? It better not involve any type of political opposition, provided 1 and 2 are legit. They weren't. Why didn't someone work with one of the delegates to resolve the problem? I doubt it was the least intrusive method, and they probably wanted the publicity. The 7th floor needs to lead and provide faith back in our organization, if it's even possible. It's not. It isn't. But, shout out to this agent for trying. Now, additional FBI communications also reflect internal concerns with the DOJ's expressed bias that was likely to negatively affect the raid. In emails received by the field office officials, Anthony Riedlinger and Stephen Duantuano, their concerns were raised reflecting the DOJ's disinterest in following the standard procedures. We're not going to follow our normal routine. Why would we? Here's some excerpt. It tells us this came from an internal FBI email from August 4th before the raid. Says, okay, since we heard the National Security Division say yesterday in the call that, quote, this guy said, he frankly doesn't give a damn about the optics, right? We don't care. Raid him. We hate Trump. We're psychopaths, so just raid him. It's going to wreck, the 234 years of historical precedent, but that's okay. And Jay Bratt, they already built an antagonistic relationship with Trump's attorneys. I think it's more than fair to say that the DOJ contact Trump's lawyer just prior to the warrant. It's not going to go well. The DOJ said as much yesterday. It says, I also think it's fair to say that if the FBI calls, having in mind officer safety, the optics of the search, and the desire to conduct this search in a professional and low-key manner, there's a far better chance the execution will go more smoothly. We may actually gain some measure of cooperation, which would go some way to resolving the mishandling of the records in the first place. I understand that this request may not go well at the DOJ, but it's the FBI doing the warrant, and we have to deal with this. DOJ doesn't care. Like, go raid him. We hate him. We're going to take him out. So just get ready for it. Now, Garland Ray and Jack Smith has been a malicious prosecution. Even the FBI agents are like, we shouldn't have done that. The malicious prosecution led Trump to spend tens of millions of dollars defending this case and his reputation. It's been an insane amount of money that he's been having to spend. The amount has been ridiculous. Now, also, it's an abusive process. In Florida, the elements required to establish an abusive process claim are also here. Illegal, improper motive, an ulterior motive to benefit Jack Smith and the government and Biden and Harris and damage the plaintiff because of what they're doing. They want to strip him of his money. Now, as the factual recitations above show, the process used against Trump was unconstitutional and aimed at politically persecuting Trump, which led to extensive costs. In Cannon's decision, she describes the ulterior motives behind Jack's appointment. Said Attorney General Reno, who created the Reno regulations that they used to say that Jack Smith was a real boy, even though he's not, observed that the act distorted the process of prosecutorial discretion by creating a new categories of prosecutors with no limits on their budgets, artificially incentivizing prosecution. Saying that all of this created limitless prosecutors. And it turned out that's exactly why they wanted it. Now, Judge Cannon also opined, she says, there does appear to be a tradition of appointing special attorney-like figures in different moments. But here, the process was clearly misused. There was a lack of appropriations, there was a lack of a constitutional appointment, and the unconstitutional nature of prosecuting Trump, who is immune, shows how misabused and abused this was. Now, also, the justification from Jack's office for prosecuting Trump, very different than how they treated Joe Biden, who, as vice president, also retained documents as personal property. Trump had a good faith belief that he was entitled to those documents. And furthermore, consider the almost 5 years after Obama's presidency ended, his representatives discovered another set of boxes, okay? Obama sent his records 5 years back. Before the Obama presidency, the DOJ defended when people were trying to come and get Clinton's records in his personal sock drawer. Remember, Judicial Watch, shout out to those people, tried to sue Bill Clinton, and the DC Circuit was like, no, you can't. They're his documents. You can't come after those. They're his. Ordering the recovery of the records was deemed inappropriate. Federal courts can't deal with it. And Jack Smith said, that's fine, we'll do it. But for Trump, the DOJ flipped its position for the first time in its entire history. Everybody else could do whatever they wanted with their documents. Clinton can delete them on a server in the basement. They use law enforcement here. The DOJ's mistreatment of Trump is inconsistent with the executive branch practice going back to Carter. And yet after his presidency, Carter's presidency, Carter found classified materials at his home. 40 years. President Clinton nor Carter were subject to the raid of their residences. And Trump's home was searched for records without any overture from the government. No one even tried to negotiate with him on those, unlike Obama and Biden, who retained those without any legal consequence at all. And why would the National Archives and the Records Administration negotiate with Trump when former National Archivist David Ferrero was at all times biased against the president? Stating, it's important to me that the Biden administration replace me. I'm concerned about what's going to happen in 2024. So that guy needed to go. Now, the investigation and the prosecution of Trump, so starkly different than the DOJ's other standard operating procedures, is all part of a political scheme. No procedure in the DOJ justifies the use of their power in this way. Now, in Florida, Trump is demanding compensatory damages. They're awarded to a plaintiff, in this case Trump, for actual harm suffered. The DOJ and the malicious prosecution caused Trump at least $15 million in actual harm due to his legal costs. And that's just scratching the surface. Florida law recognizes that a malicious prosecution action is actionable per se on its face. Thus, certain damages are assumed to follow from the wrongful prosecution. Now, there's also punitive damages, baby. The intrusion into Trump's seclusion, the abuse by Garland and Wray, and the malicious prosecution are egregious. They show malicious intent. The fact that several FBI employees and the former assistant director in charge viewed the raid as oppressive and politically biased, other agents in the agency are like, yo, this is a problem. That shows this is an egregious abuse of process. Also, Cannon's dismissal, saying that Jack Smith was not a real boy, shows this was overtly malicious. She revealed the extent to which the legal malice occurred. She said the bottom line is this: you can't have Jack Smith usurping the powers that are dictated in the Constitution. He did so illegally, and the case was dismissed. And so, Trump, in his notice of claim, says, for these harms to President Trump, the respondents, Jack Smith, DOJ, FBI, right, however this is going to end up, must pay punitive damages of $100 million. And that's like nothing, okay? That's like 1/10 of the damage. Here in a footnote, President Trump faced legal costs of over $60 million per year shortly after he left office. And that's about what we were thinking. Remember, because we were thinking it was about 12 to 15 a year in government funds. And so I think we were saying 3 to 5 times that. So if the government spends 15 million, Trump's got to spend 4 times that, 60 million. So, wow. Yeah, that sounds about right, because the government has their entire staff all on staff, right? They've got everybody, they just pay all automatically. So Trump has to go stand up on an entire team. And it's not to mention the political damage that this has caused. Billions of dollars. Trump stole documents, nuclear secrets, Jack Smith's legitimate, and Merrick Garland's not a political hack, and Joe Biden's competent and all this stuff. No. It was a political raid to take out a political opponent in America, and half the country cheered it on like maniacs. And so Trump is filing his claim. To be honest, I'm not optimistic that he's going to get $115 million back, but he should. He should get $1 billion back from the government for what they did. We'll see if he does. All right, now, let's get briefed up. Let's see where the conversation is going. Look what we have here, my friends. We're getting ready. Wow, this is so nice and peaceful. We're just sitting here waiting for the debate to get underway. I'm sorry, for the interview to get underway. Wow, that's nice. All right, so we're going to keep that open. We're going to pay attention to what's happening over there. We're going to see when Trump comes on the scene. But while we're waiting for that to happen, let us also see what else is cooking out there. So we've got some other stuff. Oh, this is wild. Yeah, this is a very interesting, very curious thing that's happening out there. Kamala Harris is stealing Trump's policies, including the no tax on tips idea. And CBS News is saying it's not thievery. It's just a nice little echo. See how that works? Here's what the story says. Kamala's rolling out a new policy position. First one I've heard of this entire time, and she stole it from Trump. Says that she'll fight to end taxes on tips for service and hospitality workers. And it's really curious because if you remember, she was the person who voted, according to our friend Amuse on X, a great account to follow, says this is ridiculous. Kamala was the tie-breaking vote. She says, as vice president, I was proud to cast the tie-breaking vote to pass the Inflation Reduction Act. Yeah. Today, we're celebrating this historic investment. So all of the inflation, thanks, Kamala. Thanks for being the tiebreaker. And all of the new money that we spent to pass that was going to the IRS, a big portion of it, to crack down on waiters' tips. See, Fox News reported that back on February 7, 2023. IRS introduces a new service industry tip reporting program. So she stole it from Trump, and she's got a history of actually supporting more taxes on tips and more enforcement on it. It's a very weird thing that's happening. Here is what Kamala sounded like when she said it. It's only 8 seconds, less than 10, so we can make it.
And eliminate taxes on tips for service and hospitality workers.
Hospitality workers or something? Okay, so she, again, I think she's wearing her $60,000, is that her $60,000 Tiffany necklace or is that a different one? I don't know. But anyways, so she's saying no taxes on tips stolen directly from Trump. In fact, Kamala is stealing it so hard, she's trying to even sound like Trump. This is what Kamala sounded like on the campaign trail.
So this is the first time I've said this, and for those hotel workers and people that get tips, you're going to be very happy, because when I get to office, we are going to not charge taxes on tips, people making tips.
Kamala, what are you doing? That's not your idea. Stop stealing Trump's ideas. Sheesh. Come up with your own thoughts for once, for crying out loud. Okay, the media is having a normal reaction to this. Here's how they respond to two different people with varying proposals. CBS News, when Trump had this idea, posted this. They said, former President Donald Trump's vow to stop taxing tips would cost the federal government up to $250 billion over 10 years, according to a nonpartisan watchdog group. Wow, that's a lot of money. Now watch, Kamala comes back out. Here's her idea. Vice President Kamala Harris is rolling out a new policy position, saying she'll fight to end taxes on tips for service and hospitality workers. It's so rigged. It's like, you CBS weirdos, come on, guys. have some honor and integrity. Like it's like a month apart. 2 months apart. It's the same idea. She just stole it. What are you talking about? Bonchi over on X shared this one. Kamala Harris, who now claims to be against taxing tips, was the tie-breaking vote on the IRA. She posted that one. Incredible stuff. Called it the most authentic and AstroTurf campaign in history from Bonchi. And another good follow over there on the X platform. Now, Karine got asked about this. Karine, they said, you know, Kamala is not talking to the media at all. She has no policy positions on her website at all. Do you think that we're going to hear from her? And what's up with this thievery of Trump's ideas, Karine?
Thanks, Karine. Over the weekend, Vice President said she followed former President Donald Trump in saying she would support a proposal that would not tax tipped wages. If similar bill made its way to the President of the United States, President Biden, would he sign that? But that's not something he's embraced before.
Oh, absolutely. Look, this is something that the president supports. He supports eliminating taxes on tips for service and hospitality workers while also raising minimum wage and preventing the wealthy from gaining the system. And if you think about what the president has talked about the last 3.5 years, making sure that we have an economy that works for all, not leaving anybody behind, an economy that's built from the bottom up, middle out, the president has been fighting, and the vice president is fighting to do just that. Think about raising the minimum wage, which the Trump administration, they blocked. Cut taxes for workers and families after Trump gave a $2 trillion tax cut skewed to billionaires and big corporations. Defend overtime protections for millionaires, millions of workers.
Come on, Karine, you're just reading. Just read it.
Ensure workers have the freedom to join a union which the Trump administration undermined. You hear it talk about Maganomics and what the GOP is for. Therefore, giving tax breaks from billionaires and corporation. They want price gouging. That's what they want to see. They don't want to protect.
Republicans want price gouging. Okay, so that's Karine. All right, just barely scraping by. She's like, I'm not even going to prepare for this crap. I'll just give me the note card. I'll just go read it. What do I care? We're going to be out of a job anyways here any minute now. So yes, there's more of this. Some people are noticing that maybe the Kamala fever and excitement is starting to break a little bit. CNN, MSNBC here reacting, saying, you know, it's kind of looking like the demographic shift that we were expecting ain't happening.
With young people, is there any data on that?
So what's interesting is that young voters and also ended up black voters didn't change all that much between where Biden was in Pennsylvania in July and where Harris is now. Independents did move in Harris's direction.
Yeah, and wait till they get to know her more. Yeah, things are going to continue to be rough from there. And so Kamala steals something else in her campaign. She's not a real person, just a generic candidate that the Democrats love because they've not been touched by a politician in quite some time. She's a lot more attractive than Joe Biden is for their political feelings. And so we'll see what people think once they get to know her. All right, now let's turn it back and let's see where we're at with President Trump. We are connecting to the space, my friends. We're about 4 minutes out. Start listening. We got 11,000 people on the tubes here. Let's see if this thing breaks. Oh, it's beautiful. Beautiful space music, baby. And so we're excited to see what happens when this starts. Where the hell is everybody? Am I the only person here? Just listening by myself here? That's okay. It might just be Trump and me today. So once Trump comes in, then it'll probably just be me and Trump just hanging out, I guess. Which is cool. I got a lot of questions for him, actually. We're going to ask about the FBI. Trump's plans for the FBI. All right, let's try this again. Let's see where everybody is. We're going to go back in here. Let's connect the tubes. All right. Let's go in here. Guess it's just going to be your boy that we're going to see here. All right, we'll let it fire up. Hopefully the tubes are working. See, now I'm not hearing the audio at all either. Uh-oh. Is it going to break? All right. Getting a little nervous here. It will refresh in a second. There are lots of people. All right. We're gonna just let it. Don't touch it, Rob. Just don't touch it. All right. What's going on, my friends? While we're waiting, let's say hello to everybody who is joining us, my friends. What's going on? Well, wait, this is cool. This is a cool image from John McGarvey, man. That looks cool. Trump and Elon in the house. Now, what happened here? Did someone hit the servers? Is Liz Cheney back there with a wrench? Oh, no. All right, let's try it again. Let's refresh it. Let's see what's happening. All right, come on, inner tubes. Over 120,000 people in the space. Oh, no. Could not fetch the space is what people are saying. I shouldn't have got out of it. If you leave, you'll never get back in. Damn it. Did I just screw it up? All right, let's see what's happening. Maybe we can listen to it on the app. Let's see. Too much traffic. Maybe somebody else will be streaming it. We can jip into their stream. Let's see. Yeah, it's totally down over here. Not looking good. Not looking good. Come on, Elon. Here's Trump. Even this is down. Rough. Too much traffic. Well, we'll just hang out. We'll see if we can get it going. Elon's turning on the tubes, man. They're booting up the tubes. They're booting up the tubes. I should have never got out of that room like a doofus. Here, let's see if it works on the phone. No, not working on the phone either. Not working on the phone either. All right, let's see. Maybe there's another channel on the YouTubes. Is Elon streaming it, for example? Let's see. Let's see what we've got on the lives. Here's one. Maybe this has it. We might have something from Fox. We'll keep trying to refresh, my friends. We'll just keep hanging out. Oh, Benny Johnson has it? Shoot, Benny got it? Cool. Benny's got it. Go check it out with Benny. We support Benny. He does good work over there, man. He's got a good X. Yeah, I can't pull it up anywhere. Real America's Voice has it. Thank you, K-Bean, for that. Let's see. Let's see. Yeah, our X is totally crashed out. Let's see if it comes back. Maybe they'll fire up some new servers. War Room has it. All right, trying to find some other feeds. Let's see. Nothing there. Let's see what this one looks like. All right. Well, my apologies, my friends. So, Benny doesn't have it either? Yeah, Benny's working on it too. Yeah, I think the whole thing probably broke. I mean, it's like they may not even be able to do it. It's like broken, man. Oh no. Remember, we had this with Ron DeSantis too. We did this with Ron DeSantis. I think it's down for everybody. Funny. I'm not seeing it anywhere. Like, I'm not seeing it going on anywhere. So I don't think it's just us. Yeah. Like, is it going? Is it actually happening? Does anybody see it happening and we're just missing it? Hey, what's up? Donut just gave us a good link. I'm trying to see if it's even happening.
World of media and politics.
Yeah, see, like this one, we have this one, which is a Tesla. I don't think this is an official Tesla property. I don't think it is. I think this is a spammy one, but they say that they have it live. It's starting soon, but I don't even know if it's working for anybody is my question. Yeah, X is crashed. I don't see it happening anywhere. Okay. Yeah, it's not just us. Trump broke the internet. Again. We had a feeling he might. All right, let's see if Elon has any updates for us or if there is any guidance on what's happening. Benny's waiting. Yeah, everybody's waiting. Everybody's trying to figure it out. I'm seeing it now on Tesla, Rob. Look, let me see. It just says it's starting soon. I don't know that that's actually anything. Let's see. It's broken everywhere. All right, so here on Elon hasn't said anything. We're just waiting for it to happen. Tim Pool says his is crashing. Time to pick up the red phone, Rob. It's everyone's just waiting. So we'll just wait. They're spinning up some new tubes over there, man. I hate the tubes problems. Let's see. Yeah. Has it already crashed? Everybody's saying it's crashed. All right, it's not just us. All right, so my friends, let's hang. Let's hang. We got some combos and some super chats that we'll jump into, and we'll just keep refreshing, and we'll see if it gets booted up here. We'll just hang, and we'll wait for it to get fired up. I'm sure it'll get fired up, and then we'll get into it. Hey, Chris 1 sent this one in. Says, have a great day, everyone. What's up, Chris? Thanks for saying that this morning. 7 months as a membo. And we're grateful to have you as a membo for so long. That's inching closer and closer to a full baby in the house. All right. And there's another link. What's up, Chris 1? Thanks for that. All right, let's see who else we had cooking. And let's see. This one from real life. See, here's another one from the Tesla YouTube channel. That's an old Elon speech. And this is the other one. Still says starting soon. They're just replaying old. There's a lot of those channels out there that are just kind of fake channels. Real life, what's up? Membo for 12 months, 1 year anniversary. What's up? Says, Kamala Harris green screen audience is really beginning to show the desperation for her, the party of Islam. I think some people would agree with that characterization. Vincent, what's up, Vincent? Welcome aboard as our supporter. And hey, new members, grab the members only morning stream. We have a lot of fun on the morning streams, and we love you joining us on those. Thanks, Vincent. Glenn Croy, what's up, Glenn Croy? Gifted 5 new members. Thank you, Glenn. We got James X is coming in. Trina Clark is here. Funny Shorts, West Coast, and Vera Armstrong, all gifted members. Thank you for those new members in the house. Hey, it's the Munkets is here. Bringing in 5 more members. What's up? Craig Voss got one. Siobhan got one. Wild Bill, Saintly Beginnings, and Rebecca Hammerbach, all gifted members, courtesy of Tony Hay Munkets in the house. Thank you, Tony Hay. And Jennifer. What's up, Jennifer? Bringing in 5 more members. Man, I'm so grateful for all these new members. We're going to have a bunch of new members. We're going to have an amazing members only morning stream tomorrow. And it's going to be great. Jennifer's bringing in Sherry Kears, Cecilia M., Brian Dunham, Mark Burton, Raul R., all gifted members, courtesy of Jennifer. What's up? Elf is in the house. Elf is bringing in 5 new members. Kelly Davis, William Folden, Mrs. Smoot is here. Circus in the house. And Bam Bam, gifted members, courtesy of ELF in the house. Thank you, ELF, for bringing in our newest of members. We've got some more. What's up? Glocky's here. Glocky's on locals. He says, tell me I'm supposed to hate Putin because reasons, but Putin has never threatened an American business for free speech. I'm beginning to think Putin isn't the baddie anymore. Yeah, I've never read a letter from Putin that says anything about that. Putin's just like, invading his countries or doing what he needs to do in part of the world and leaving us, as far as I know, alone. Like, we're invested in Ukraine for some reason. I really still have not had that explained to me. So we can protect the EU so that they can censor us? Is that the logic? Former says, maybe it's time to toss some tea or some limeys into the harbor, peacefully and politically. I think it would be appropriate to remove all aid to the UK for interfering in elections in the United States of America. It takes a big pair with nothing to back it up. Yeah, I'll tell you what, I'm not real happy with, I hope our European friends over there are telling that little dictator to stay the hell out of our business. It's like I thought we had something in common, but not little, dictators barking at us. It makes me unhappy. Glocky says, this is the press that's mad at Elon. Same network posted both of those. You read our mind here, Glocky. We hit those both. What's going on? We got this one from Saintly Beginning, says, FYI, Vegas PD released radio comms on Biden's emergency. We were told it was just COVID. Officer Tatum, YouTube, and the Daily Beast reported and shared the audio. I have the audio bookmarked and played. Maybe we'll listen to that while we're waiting. Maybe we'll listen to that while we're waiting. Let's see. Let's do a refresh. Are we up? Did they fire up some tubes? Come on, Elon! Let's do it! Let's go! Okay. We just pressed some buttons. We got some activity. Then it just X'd out on us. Okay, we're one step closer. We're one step closer. Let's try this one more time. Ah! We were so close. We saw some life there. Just a little bit of life. Let's see. Yeah, everybody's still trying to figure it out. Let's do this refresh over here. Okay, we got some activity. Come on, Elon, take us in. Let us in. Let us in. Okay, right now, start listening. Come on, open. Okay, we got a little activity here. Come on. Come on. Do it. Now it's hard to, now I don't hear anything, but nobody's speaking. We're in the room. We're in the room, but nobody's speaking. Whoo! Getting close, my friends. All right. Let's see. No one's talking yet, but we're just waiting patiently. All right, Saintly Beginnings is in the house. I'm not touching anything. Vegas PD released radio comms on Biden emergency. Yeah, that was a wild one. Maybe we'll play that while we're waiting. Let's see. Hey, PNW, Pacific Northwest Farm Dog, says, last time GB arrested Americans, we went to war, 1812. Yeah, no, it's not. Don't do that. Okay, don't do that. We're not happy about threatening our free speech here. Not happy about it. Hey, what's up? Gary Smith. If Kamala was winning, why are they panicking? Well, because I think there's a lot of AstroTurf right here. I think there's a lot of AstroTurf. They're panicking because their support is not as real as they claim it is. Tony, hey, Munkets. Hey, it's the Munkets. Bringing in 5 new members. C226 in the house. Randall Hill. Hugo number 1 car. Got one. Hugo number 1 car. And we also got Bill Robb and Littering and also in the house. Littering and what's up? Gary Smith. Good to see you. And Tony, hey, Munkets, bringing in 5 new members. Hey, this is nice. Penguin hugs. Oh, that's really beautiful. We're just all hugging each other here. Penguin. Oh, penguin. Said, oh, like a penguin. Got it. Took me a long time. Is Elon speaking yet? Nothing yet. Nobody's talking as far as we know. But we're bracing. We're getting ready. This one came in from Penguin, bringing in 5 new members. Thank you, Penguin. Bringing in Spitfire, Kim Roberts, Umbrella Corp, Patty Grimes, and Crow X, gifted members, courtesy of Penguin. Thank you, Penguin. This one from Box Lane Production says, why do you never see the FBI hiding in trees? because they're good at it. Are they good at it? I don't know. Are they hiding in trees? Am I not getting, is this a dad joke that I'm not getting? All right, thank you for this box lane. This old guy says, you know, in the long run, over on Locals, says Trump derangement syndrome may turn out to be a good thing. Leftist bureaucrats in the deep state are doing so much to unravel these agencies from the inside out. They just keep screwing up as they are blinded by their hatred of Trump. And as a result, they're making really stupid decisions that are going to tear apart their little kingdoms. Yeah, I think you're right about this old guy. So it's like a double-edged sword because, you know, these institutions are ultimately the things that kept us in, you know, theoretically out of harm's way of a tyrannical government, and they're failing rapidly. Now, on the one hand, their failure is our freedom because they are no longer about protecting our liberties. They're about diminishing those liberties. We see the FBI censoring people with Facebook and so on. That's just one example. So as they fail, their capacity, right, like their own incompetence is going to sow the seeds of their own demise. Like all this diversity, whatever, like they don't care about competence. They're taping up, you know, breaking and entering and to use, take dumps in somebody's salon and stuff like that. Like their credibility is what gives them power. Their legitimacy is what gives them power. It's not actually their guns and their money. It's that people think they're legitimate. And as people learn that they're not legitimate, their power evaporates simultaneously. Now, on the one hand, then in a bygone era, you know, we asked many of these things, we asked for protection from many of these institutions, like the courts and, you know, prosecutors and so on. But they've been perverted, and now they are the agencies of oppression. And so I think that we're right about this. Like their indictment of Trump, yes, it hurt Trump, and yes, it hurts America and Trump, obviously. But it's also hurting themselves. Like it's wrecking their own credibility and their legitimacy. And that's going to be a much bigger problem than anything we could do to them. They're doing it to themselves. This old guy, great comment. Hey, what's up? Swede for Trump says from Sweden, EU, that EU can go F himself. Make America great again. Thank you, Swedes. Thank you for my friends in Europe for shouting that out. I love you guys. And I just like, well, what the hell is this? Who is this dude? Screaming at us about our free speech and stuff. What's up, Swede for Trump? Voice of the People says, when I see Kamala trying to explain, I picture the scene in Talladega Nights when Ricky Bobby didn't know what to do with his hands in the interview. Where should I put these? I'll just keep them here as we go through these super chats because it's awkward. I'm not sure what to do with my hands. Thank you for the clip. NY says, it's easy, Kamala. If you support no tax on tips, you're the VP. Just call good old Joe. He can just tell the IRS to change the policy. You know, you voted for it. Oh, I forgot. Joe Biden's at the beach from NY. Great to see you, NY. And all right, nobody's still talking on X. We're waiting for that to boot up. Hey, rub some dirt on it. Says, I'm still here, Rob. So it's probably just the two of us. We were in the chat together, in the spaces together, just hanging out, just us two. How nice. Just Rhonda. What's up, Just Rhonda? Bringing in 5 membos. The Sentinel's here. Christopher Curley. Lady Phoenix Gray, Wolves Lair, and what's her name, all in the house, courtesy of Just Rhonda. Here's an interesting one. It's called Less Haters and More Taters. Less haters and more taters. It's a good idea. I love taters. Hey, what's up? Spud says, hey, Laura Chamberlain is coming in. Forbidden Ruin, Tugs Simp, Captain Chromo, and it's me. Got gifted membos courtesy of Spuds in the house. Thank you, Spuds. Hey, what's up, E? L is a new supporter. Welcome aboard, L. We'll see you tomorrow on our members-only morning stream. Can't wait to do that. Bodie's here. Says, you know, this administration will let the EU take Elon. They have to take him out of the equation because free speech is just way too dangerous for our government. They can't let you know the truth. Otherwise, it's going to be a disaster. We would know the truth then. They don't want that to happen. Hey, what's up? King Ginger says the YouTube Tesla channel is playing it. I've got it open. It's just, I honestly think those are fake channels. I don't think those are the real channels. Those are not actually Elon's channels. There's a bunch of fake Tesla channels out there, and they do a bunch of crypto scams and stuff on them. Zoji, what's up? Says, Rob, you are so awesome. Zoji, you know I think that about you. Thank you for that. Thanks for being here and joining us, increasing the awesomeness level. Willie Luthen. What's up, Willie? Rob, you rock, and thanks for all your hard work. Thank you, Willie. It's my pleasure. It's my honor to be here hanging out with you, going through this stuff. I mean, could you imagine if we were all trying to get into the X spaces alone? What a nightmare that'd be. At least we're trying to get into it together. We're bonded through our X space journey together. Hey, what's up? A job done well. Membo for 2 months. People in Rumble are saying the War Room is live. I think they are live, but I just don't think anybody actually has the feed, unfortunately. Good to see you. A job done well. Thanks for being a Membo for 2 months. First month's the hardest, gets easier from there. Original Easy. Maybe the White House figures out how to get it off the air. They were asked about it. I know. Tara Rayner says, I shared a post on X with you regarding the assassination attempt. Cool. We'll take a look at that. I'm a little afraid to touch X right now because I don't want to break anything. But I think it's still not live. I'm checking also on the phone right now. So here, is Elon live? Let's see. I don't think any of the spaces are working. Here, let's see if this one's working. All the tubes are down, man. Here's what we got on the phone. Circle of death. Over there. All right, so thank you, Tara. We'll take a look. We got this one from Alpha She-Wolf. 15 months as a membo. Woo, I have a new son-in-law. Congratulations. Welcome aboard, new son-in-law. Welcome to the Alpha She-Wolf family. Sounds like it's a good one. He deploys next week, and God bless you, sir. Thank you for your service. We're grateful for you. And congratulations to your daughter and your family. Got a new son-in-law. Amazing. Hey, Spud says, Cammy, new name, is now Mrs. Green Screens from Spuds. MJ Powell is bringing in 10 new membos. Thank you, MJ. 10 membos coming in. Daisy Dalmer, Key C, Gundam Exia, Quixote's here, the Zipped Up Kits, Thomas Zinda, Chrissy, Mark LaForest, and Michael Garcia. Gifted membos all over the world. What's going on? Thank you for that. Freedomgear.org says, go to the home screen on X, click the stream from there. I'm still getting even here, unable to fetch space, right? Still give me that. They don't know the size of Trump's audience. They don't know. Nobody knows. It's insane. It's still booting up. Thank you, Freedom Gear. Riley Leifson says, what my mind pictures, the feminazi hippie chick in Forrest Gump yanking out all the microphone cords at the rally right as he starts speaking. That's hilarious. Yeah, that's hilarious. Forrest Gump is out there trying to speak. Pull it off. Get this idiot off the air. Something like that, I kind of recall. Yes, thank you, Riley. Here's one from Knox Bierman on Local. Says, Harris's AKA sisterhood is excited, but the rest of La Gente at the courthouse seem unmoved, and Muslims are not pro-abortion, which is Kamala's big deal. Man, there's a lot packed into that one. A lot, Knox. How'd you squeeze all that into one? Because she's a defense attorney, that's how. She's amazing. Sisterhood, La Gente, Muslims, pro-abortion, all into one little sentence. Really well done. I don't think you got them all. Bravo Tango Whiskey says, you do us all a service with your legal commentary and your insights. Well, thank you, Bravo Tango. I appreciate it. Honestly, I feel like you guys do me a service by sitting here and going through it all together. It's like we're going through all this together. It's my absolute honor. Thank you, Bravo Tango. I appreciate it. Loose the Dog says, breaking. X is experiencing significant technical issues via Telegram. Yeah, that's true. I think that is true. Yeah, so our screen's not frozen or anything. It's just not. It says it's recording. I think we're here. I can see some numbers down in this bottom right. Here's some comments. But I think we're just kind of waiting for it to get booted up. Phones are still down. Elon's under a cyber attack, somebody's saying. Wow. I wouldn't be surprised, man. I mean, the EU's freaked out. Media's freaked out. White House is asked, can you do anything to stop this? Wouldn't surprise me for a minute. Hey, what's up? Becky Hoffman is a new supporter. Welcome aboard, Becky Hoffman. We'll look into that. Let me look into, if there's anything actually happening right now. Don Baltazar, what's up? Says, anyone who believes any promises made by the Harry Walls team is a fool. They will promise anything to get elected, then they'll welch on the promise. They're actually just lying now. Did you guys see that? They are just lying. They are still going forward with that fine people hoax. Kamala's campaign just posted about that today. It's already been debunked a million times from Sunday. And Snopes even debunked that, but they're still running with it because they're just liars. What's up? The Rubos in the house. Says, with the power in the name and in the blood of Jesus, we bind the prince of the power of the air, his technology and human hosts that would interfere with the President Donald J. Trump and Elon Musk interview on X. Oh, man, this thing's going to be working in no time. The Rubos have the best prayers in the house. Now, Elon is saying there's a DDoS attack. Wow. All right, we're going to keep our eye on that. So let me just do a separate window on this. Let's see if Elon has any comments. Elon is reporting. Wow. Look at this from Elon. There appears to be a massive DDoS attack on X right now, working on shutting it down. Worst case is we will proceed with a small number of live listeners and post the conversation later. Elon, they're attacking you, bro. To try to stop Trump on your platform? Man, Elon's not going to be happy about that. Not at all. Let's see. Any other comments from him? No. So we're just going to keep waiting on it. We're first in line, okay? Like, we're in a good line here. You know, we're right between Trump and Elon. Marjorie's up here too. We're up on the stage with Trump Train, and Bill Pulte's over here. Just amazing. So, all right, we're going to keep our eye on that one. And I'm sure they'll get it spun up in no time. Sandy has some good advice. Elon, pound on the side of it. That's a great idea. Or you just like take it out, blow in it, and then put it back in. Sometimes that'll work too. It gets dusty in there. You got to blow out the air. Blow out the dust. Here's one. Rub some dirt on it. It's saying, Rob, what's the White House correspondent? This is what they were asking about when they were asking about censorship. What was this one? Is this from Airplane or something? Where he's just unplugging the server? Maybe. What's up? Ethan Harris, what's up? Says, love you, Rob. Love you back, Ethan Harris. Good to see you, brother. Thanks for being here, joining us on this day. DJ says, Benny Johnson has it. Good call. So I know he's working on it. I don't know if he has it live yet. I don't think anybody has it live, but he's working on it. Lil Mandy says, I blame the UK for the space crash. Maybe they're doing it. Maybe they are actually doing it. Maybe that guy, Barry, is behind it. Sergey says, Elon just said DOD attack. Thank you, Sergey. Here's one from Charles Gent. Elon Musk says there appears to be a massive DDoS attack on X, working on shutting it down. You guys rock. Thanks for flagging that for us. Way ahead of me. Way ahead of me. Thank you, Charles. Thanks for the dono, brother, and for sending that one in, and for being a membo. Voice says, Elon says DDoS. Who could be behind it? Is it Putin? Liz Cheney comes out. I knew Putin was going to do this. You're like, Liz, we see you back there with your wire cutters. We see you. Stop cutting the wires, Liz Cheney. Audie Joe. Oh my gosh. Look at this monster dono. Audie Joe. What in the Twilight Zone is going on, Rob? Apparently we're under attack. Elon's under attack. Rob, I love your content. You have great hair. Well, thank you for that. Both very nice compliments. Yeah, thank you for those. Yeah, the content's okay. Hair's okay too, I guess. It's not bad. It's a pretty big widow's peak. Are you down with the widow's peak versus the straight across? Thank you, Audie Joe. Really a generous comment. And dono. Very grateful for that. Thanks for being a membo for so long. And hopefully this gets working soon so that we can hear it. Was it Cheney? It was probably Cheney, wasn't it? Thank you, Audie Joe. Really generous. Thanks again. This one from Don Chanel. Don Shell says, can you do a show on Section 230? Because that gives big tech too much power and many Americans don't know about it. It needs to be amended to the 21st century. Thanks. From Arizona Girl. We've talked about it, I think, in passing. Haven't done a whole... I don't know that it's ripe to do a whole show about it, but Certainly if it becomes more relevant at any point in time. Is there any legislation that's going to impact it or something? Yeah, big tech has a lot of power. There's been a lot of efforts to reform Section 230. If there's something to latch onto, I think it'd be good to talk about it. But yeah, it's kind of a mess. They can do whatever they want, really. And the FBI works with them, and Congress doesn't do anything about it. Box Lane says, I agree with Bravo 2 Tango. Genuinely think in the future you should one of those Medal of Freedom medals. Thank you for taking us through it all. For me? Medal of Freedom? No, I don't know about that. I don't know about any of that. No, I don't think so. But thank you for the endorsement, Box Lane. Medal of Freedom? No, I think you actually, yeah. Don't those go to like war heroes and stuff? What's up, NY says digital attack map, a live data visualization of DDoS attacks. Don't know where that takes us, but maybe that's what's happening. And Trisha B. What's up, Trisha B? Became a supporter on the tubes. And we're glad to have you, Trish B. Joining up. So, my friends, still nothing is happening. We're not going to refresh because we're petrified that could be a problem. Let's see. Is it working over here? Are they actually doing it? Like, does anybody have the two of them talking at all in any way? I still don't see it's actually working. Unable to fetch the space. All right, let's see. Anything from Trump? Nada from him. See if there's anything else from Elon. I don't think there's much more from him right now. Okay, here's an update 1 minute ago. We will proceed with a smaller number of concurrent listeners at 8:30 and then post the unedited audio immediately thereafter. So 8:30 is in 1 minute. Let's see if we're lucky. Did we get the magical golden ticket? Let's see if we're in. I sure as hell hope so. We're going to proceed with a smaller number at 8:30. That's like right now. In 1 minute, so we'll see if we're in. If we're not in, then we'll call it. And then we'll debrief it later. Okay, they're not talking. We're in this room. Let's see if it pops open, but we're not hearing any music here. Uh-oh, something just happened. Let's see. Making sure we are not muted. Still waiting on that one. I got a text from Trump. He said, I'm addressing the nation. That was 21 minutes ago. And the time has switched over to 5:30 my time, 8:30 Eastern time. Let's see if anything clicks over. Okay, so I have it on my phone now. It just worked on my phone. Okay. I don't think I have this muted. Now it's muted. Now let's unmute it. I don't know if we need to do a refresh on this. Let's see. All right, let me see. We'll just keep hanging. We'll see if it refreshes on here. Otherwise, we'll figure out what to do. All right, so anyways, let's see what else is cooking. So I think we're in on the phone. think we're in on here, but I'm not hearing anything, which is not ideal. Don't know why that would be. Let me see if we have other audio. From anything else. And I have a backup, I think, too. Okay, so it looks like Mario is also streaming that. Okay. All right. So that's how it should be. That's the audio. All right. Good. That feels better. Cool. All right. Benny Johnson's also in. So if you're watching over there, Benny Johnson's in. Hey, what's up, Lisa? Thanks for doing this, Rob. I'm glad you changed your mind and did this. Well, yeah, Lisa, I was kind of having an internal debate about it because I want people to go and, like, I don't like to jip the traffic from the main source. You know, I'm always kind of cautious about that. But I think we had a conversation this morning for our members during the members only stream, and I think the consensus was that a lot of people would not watch it otherwise, or they wouldn't watch it live at least, because they're not on X and they would really have no place to go. So it's okay. Well, if you're not going to watch it there anyways, then just let's come watch it here. Obviously, I was going to be listening to it in real time, so just listen to it together. But I also don't, you know, I want the numbers to be massive. Like, I want everybody to be boosting these numbers up too. It's kind of like I don't know. I like big numbers and I want them to go up. But if everybody's going to have a difficult time getting it anyways, we'll just restream and wait for it to get going. So we're in, I believe we're in. Check this out. This is crazy. Okay, so he did this. Look, Elon says, we tested the system with 8 million concurrent listeners earlier today. 8 million concurrent. So the whole thing just broke today. So how many people were trying to get on? So it's probably DDoS, and it's probably a combination of the two of them. All right, music. Hey, I hear rumbling. Mr. President, is that you? Can you hear us now? Are those classified documents being shuffled around? All right, they just muted Trump. Wow. Okay, so we're waiting. We're in. We are so close to getting started. Okay. All right, so. Hey, what's up to Kyle? What's up, Christopher? What's up, Tony? What's up, Patrick? What's up, Johnny Word? Welcome to the show. We're all waiting for this to get started. Let's see who else is joining us. I saw this one earlier. Hey, check this one out. From Mark. It says, Mark, Robbie G, thank you for the big, beautiful spotlight. FYI, we've had 2 babies and counting. Good to see you, Mark. Thanks for sending that one in. Yeah, so we're having patience. Exactly right. Cece's here. Patience. That's for me. That's definitely for me. Benny Johnson has the same music, although I think the music's off now because they're getting ready. Yeah, going to start at about 8:30. We're in. Yeah, it does look like we're in. Just waiting for it to get started. What's up, Tina? Yeah, they're still fixing it. Michael Martin says. Why isn't Elon, Scottish McClish, he has a great question. Why isn't Elon just using his technology from his home planet? Hello? Yeah. All right, so we're still waiting. I don't see Elon in. Is Elon in here anywhere? Look at this. Look at this number. 893 other listeners. There's almost 1 million concurrent. That's great. You can see why they're probably having some difficulties over there. Plus a DDoS. Yeah, I don't see Elon in here anywhere. But getting ready. What's up? Jeffrey Adams says, listen to me now, hear me later. Listen to me now, hear me later. 905,000 other listeners. There's going to be a million concurrent in a Twitter space, X space. Sorry, Elon, don't ban me. Coming up soon. 913. Maybe they'll wait till they break 1 million, then they'll get started. Whew. Some pretty big numbers there. All right, let's see what else is out and about. We've got our friends over on Rumble. What's up, Eric Scorpio? Some just here waiting. We're all just kind of waiting. It's like before the movie starts. You know, hey, what's going on? Anything else happening? All right, we'll get rid of those feeds. Elon's fixing the tubes. We got some locals comments also. What's up, Michael Woodward? Suchin's in the house. Good to see you. Here are some comments from locals. Pewitt says, could President Trump personally sue Garland? I think he could, but he's going to run into the same thing, right? Garland's going to claim he's a government official, that he has qualified immunity based as being a government employee, and that he's not personally liable for these things. Right? That's Elon's in the house. Elon just joined. All right, so we're getting close, baby. We're getting close. Elon has entered the building. And we're getting ready to stream this puppy. Let's wait for Elon. While we're waiting for Elon, oh my goodness. Rick. Look at this. Rick brought in 50 membos, my friends. Oh my goodness. Let's welcome him in while we're waiting. What's up, Rick? You're amazing. Rick4962. Bringing in Dean M, David D, Gary B. What's up? E. Poindexter's here. Just Call Me Jay joined. OG Bosgal, Soft Gray Dove, Heather Elliott. What's up? Matt MJ, Stan Lay, SoCal, Douglas Dauntless, One Crazy Redhead's here. Randall Wright, Narso, Danielle La, Nurple. Oh, Nurples. Yeah. Miss Ellie, Jimmy Welch, Robert Diet, Glenn H, Carrie Anthony, John Oswald, Richard B, Kyle L, gifted membos. Also have Don Chanel, Sean Patrick, Scott the Engineer's here, Pi Squared got one. Kevin A, J.R. Williams, Jana Queen, Big Russ, Kiki Lee, Stop It, Kenani Miranda, Tornado Sunflower, GMA Judy, June Love, Central Ohio E-Biker, cool. Salsify, Jen Starks, Jennifer Starks, Candace Alexander, David Wargo, Scott Waters, Richard Robertson, LaDonna Ames, Cheryl Johnson, Limited State, David DeRosier, and Tornado Sunflower. Rick, you are the man, brother. Thank you for that. 50 new membos, 50 new friends brought in courtesy of Rick4962. We can't wait to meet you tomorrow on our members-only morning stream. It's going to be great to have you. Rick, thanks for doing that, brother. Really generous. We love our membos. We really try to deliver for our membos. I know some other people do membos and stuff, and like, well, we'll like post something once a month or something. We deliver, baby, every day. 6 days a week. Not every day. 6 days a week. Even on Saturdays. So come check it out. All right, Elon's in the house, and Goofy for Jesus says, I'm not a doctor. I don't have any patience. Get it? Yeah, I'm not either, and I don't have any patience either. That's for sure. It's one of those skills you got to work on. Patience. Patience. My mom's good at it. You know, she has a lot of it. What's going on? All right, where are we at? Are we at 1,965,000 right now? And We got audio.
All right, hello, everyone. My apologies for the late start.
No problem,
We
Elon.
unfortunately had a massive distributed denial of service attack against our servers.
No problem.
And saturated all of our data lines, like basically hundreds of gigabits of data were saturated. We think we've overcome most of that, and so it's now time to proceed. But as this massive attack illustrates, there's a lot of opposition to people just hearing what President Trump has to say.
That's true.
And but I'm honored to have this conversation. I want to emphasize it's a conversation, and it's really intended to just get a feel for what Donald Trump is just like in a conversation. It's hard to catch a vibe about someone if you just don't hear them talk in a normal way. And when there's an adversarial interview, like no one's themselves in an adversarial interview. And this is really aimed at kind of open-minded, independent voters who just trying to make up their mind. So you can understand like what is what is it just like to have a conversation. So honored to Donald, great to speak. We had a great conversation yesterday. As you mentioned yesterday, if we could just record that conversation and post it, it would have been excellent. And I hope we can have something like that today.
Well, I think we will. I'm pretty sure we will. And congratulations, because I see you broke every record in the book with so many millions of people, and it's an honor. We view that as an honor. And then you do want silencing of certain voices. Usually those are voices that have something to say that are constructive, oftentimes constructive. And so we have to consider it an honor. But congratulations on breaking every record in the book tonight. That's great.
Well, thank you.
Amazing.
Maybe we could start off with, the assassination attempt, which
1 million
was an incredible thing. And I have to say that your actions after that assassination attempt were inspiring. You, instead of shying away from things, instead of ducking down, you were pumping your fist in the air and saying, fight, fight, fight. And I think that's, the president of the United States represents America. And I think that is America. That is strength under fire. And so that's, a big, part of the reason why I was excited to endorse you as the president of the United States for having another term here is that was just incredibly inspiring. But what was it like for you?
Not pleasant. I have to be honest. I said there was blood. I had more blood. I didn't know I had that much blood. The doctors later told me that the ear is a place that is a very bloody place if you're going to get hit. But in this case, it was probably the best alternative you could even think about, because it went at the right angle, and it was a hard hit. It was very, I guess you would say surreal, but it wasn't surreal. I was telling somebody you have instances like this, or like a lot less than this, where you feel it's a surreal situation, and I never felt that way. I knew immediately that it was a bullet. I knew immediately that it was at the ear.
Yeah.
And because it hit very hard, but hit the ear. And I also heard people shout, bullets, bullets, get down, because I moved down pretty nicely, pretty quickly. And we had bullets flying right over my head after I went down. So I'm glad I went down. The bigger miracle was that I was looking in the exact direction of the shooter. And so it hit me at an angle that was far less destructive than any other angle. So that was the miracle. That was, for those people that don't believe in God, I think we got to all start thinking about that. You have to, I'm a believer. Now I'm more of a believer, I think. And a lot of people have said that to me. A lot of great people have said that to me, actually. But it was amazing that I happened to be turned just at that perfect angle. And all because I put down a chart on immigration that showed that the numbers were so great. I love that chart even more
maybe
now
it's a
than I
sign. Maybe that's a sign, you know.
It's an immigration sign.
You highlighted a serious issue, and
Yeah,
at that moment,
that's right.
the bullet missed your, you hit your ear, but missed your head. I mean,
Well, the amazing thing is that the sign, I said, bring down that sign on immigration. And it was literally about an eighth of a second where it would be good. And after that, it was going to
yeah,
be a disaster, no matter which way you were facing. But it just had that perfect angle, which was
yeah,
exactly at this shooter. Very sad situation. Such a sad situation. As you know, we lost somebody that was great, Corey,
yeah,
who, a firefighter, a great gentleman, a great trumper. He was just a fantastic family and a fantastic man. And a friend of mine came up, Elon, and said, "I'd like to give the family some kind of help." And I said, "All right, that's great." He said, "Do you mind?" I said, "I don't mind at all." And he wrote out a check for $1 million, gave it to the wife. And, you know, she said, "This is really nice, but I'd rather have my husband back," which is
Ugh.
a nice thing for
sure,
somebody to say, to be honest.
Ugh.
She's great. The family is great. And we raised a lot of
yeah,
money for them and for two other gentlemen are unbelievable people also. They were hit really badly. They thought they were not going to make it, and they did. The doctors in the Butler area, I tell you, they were incredible. They saved the two, and they were really hit tough, both of them
yeah,
equally. And we thought
yeah,
my first question was because I heard bullets flying over me, and I said, "How many people were killed?" Because we had a massive crowd there, a tremendous
yeah,
thousands and thousands of people, and there was no land. I mean, it was all people. So I said, "How many people have been killed?" Because I knew there were other shots being fired,
sure,
and they said, "We don't know yet, but some people have been badly hurt." And I have to give the Secret Service sniper, they call him, or sharpshooter, but sniper,
yeah,
because he didn't know there was a problem. He's an extraordinary shot, obviously, and he didn't know there was a problem. And he was
yeah,
able to pick it all out within 5 seconds. And he used one bullet from very far away, I guess probably about 400 yards. The shooter was 130, but he was on
yeah,
he was on the opposite side of the field and the podium, and he saw the smoke and the flame from the gun, immediately recognized it, and immediately took a shot. And it was one perfect shot from very far away. And if he didn't do
yeah,
that, Elon, he would have. I mean, if he would have, a lot more people could have been
sure,
badly hurt and killed. So
yeah,
I have to
absolutely,
take my hat off to him because that's also a surreal. You know, he's been with them for 23 years, and
yeah,
he's never had anything like this. And all of a sudden, he has to act, and it's a very tough thing to
sure,
act and to be shooting somebody. But he saw the gun, saw the smoke, saw the flame from the gun, very far away. I obviously has very good eyes. He's got very good vision, which I assume you have
yeah,
to have in that particular work. But he took
absolutely,
aim very quickly, and they say it was approximately 5 seconds from long range,
yeah,
one bullet. If that didn't happen,
yeah,
because the shooter had a lot of bullets, he had a lot of cartridges up
sure.
there with him, so could
Well,
have been very.
that's clearly, he was very confident in taking that shot to stop the attempted assassination. But I mean, there does seem to be, I mean, some pretty significant failings elsewhere in the system. Like, there's just no way that, like, how on earth does a shooter get on a roof 130 yards away? That seems crazy.
Insane.
I think most people people are wondering how on earth could such a thing happen?
Well, I view it as two ways. There should have been nobody on the roof. There were people,
Yeah,
because there were so many tens of thousands of people there. There were people that were seeing him, and there was one woman with a red shirt and
right.
Trump all over
I
it,
saw
and
the
she's
video.
and she's screaming. That guy's got a gun. You saw it probably.
Yeah, yeah,
There's
yeah.
a
No, I
guy
saw
up
the
there
videos.
with a
I
gun.
mean, it's like I guess. I mean, for my part, and I think probably many members of the public are wondering how the heck are, you know, basically people wondering by it, pointing out there's a guy on the roof with a gun,
Yeah.
and they're seeing it, but somehow it's not being
Because
addressed.
they wanted him dead. Yeah.
That does seem
Yeah,
crazy.
well, they're going to learn from this. The communication between the local police, who sort of had an idea, and then ultimately a man lifted himself up to the roof, could barely do it because he was pulling himself up, and
Yeah.
he saw the man with the gun. The man with the gun pointed the gun at him. He thought he was probably going to get shot, but he was like pulling himself up, and because of that, he couldn't get to his gun. And he fell down, actually very badly hurt his leg, his ankle. I hear very badly,
Okay.
but he fell down. And he did, from what I understand, he did say there's a guy up there with a gun. And the shooting started very quickly after that. I think it forced the shooter to go maybe quicker. He was supposed to be a very good shot.
Yeah.
My sons, Don and Eric, they can't believe what happened, but they said from 130 yards, a bad shot would hit that target almost every time. They said it's like in golf,
Yeah.
sinking a 2-foot putt.
Yeah. It's not a tough shot.
It's not a long shot.
It was a miracle.
The Secret Service person had the long shot. He had triple the distance actually. So it was a terrible thing. It's hard. I have to say this about the Secret Service. When I went down, and I went down based on, I think they're screaming, but other people also, because people saw this happen. You had so many people. One of the miracles was that nobody ran. I mean, if a gun goes off, the crowd control people showed us this. When guns go off, and it does happen in stadiums at a soccer match or some kind of a match, everybody flees. They call it a stampede, like cattle. But everybody, and a lot of people get killed with those stampedes. We had more people than you'd have at, some of these matches or these games, and nobody left. You had a small group behind us in the grandstand, and that was full. And you look at it as it was taking place, and normally they'd be running. They didn't leave. They saw that I was hurt. They saw a lot of blood, and they saw that I went down. And it's almost like they wanted to be with me. Well, out front, you had thousands, tens of thousands of people. As far as the eye could see, you had people in Butler, as far as the eye could see, and a lot of press too. There were many cameras on watching this. It's what makes it so different, because normally things happen that aren't good, but you never have a picture of it. Here we have all these cameras shooting it, so sort of amazing. But one of the interesting things was that you didn't have anybody flee. You didn't have anybody stampede.
Sure.
Nobody. And there were some people behind me. They stood up and they're looking like, I mean, I'll tell you, you want to have them in a foxhole with you. I want to meet some of those people because it's so different from what you heard. But
they were
so I was
following your
down,
lead.
but the Secret Service guys, there were bullets flying right over my head. You could hear them go whizzing, and these guys came jumping on top of me, and a young lady, Kate, would jump. They moved so fast, and let me tell you, that took tremendous courage. Now there was a lack of coordination. There was, obviously everybody understands that somebody that building should have been covered, and
I mean,
that was the
I think
big
that,
thing.
like, I mean, looking at the aerial views, that building would be like the #1 spot for a sniper. I mean, it's like the if you were to pick, like, what is the favorite place? So if the goal is to assassinate, what's your favorite spot? That building, the roof of that building would be #1.
That would have been the spot.
It's like you can ask for a better location. It's like
no,
#1.
that would have been the spot. You know what people think is when the local policeman, who, by the way, he really he did what he was supposed to do. He couldn't hold on any longer. And then when he got his head just peeking above, this guy standing there with a gun at his head. And when he fell down, again, hurt his ankle very badly, but he was making the calls. But what happened is the firing took place very soon. So what they think is that this guy ran to his site, which he had all planned out with the gun. He ran to the site and he started shooting fast. And maybe that's why he sort of missed. I mean, he
but as you
got
said,
me, but
he
it
would have
could have
hit.
been could have been a much bigger problem.
But he totally would have hit if you hadn't turned your head. So, like, there was it was a very near thing.
It was a
So,
miracle. If I hadn't turned my
It was a
head,
miracle.
yeah,
I would not be talking to you right
Yeah.
now. As much as I like you,
exactly.
I would not.
Yeah,
I would
well,
not be talking to
I mean, be talking to me from another realm,
you.
perhaps.
Yeah, that's
Um,
right. We'd be talking from a
so,
different place. But it was a it was a very terrible experience. The Butler Hospital, they did such a great job. The doctors were so good. Everybody was so good. There was a mistake. If somebody knew, because people were hearing that, there was just a bad feeling that there was somebody was around. You know that story now. It's been pretty
yeah,
well.
yeah,
And
yeah,
if somebody could have said, because they've oftentimes said, like there'd be a lightning storm or something. Because I've done, I think over 300. I think I did a lot more than that, but we did a lot. And oftentimes they'll say, "Sir, could you wait 10 minutes, please? Sir, could you wait 20 minutes? There's a storm overhead or lightning or something," right? And
yeah,
that happens
yeah,
often. And this would have been a perfect time for that to have happened, but it
yeah.
didn't get coordinated. That was the problem.
Well, it was your. I think your actions in the heat of fire, and like what I found admirable there was that you can't fake bravery under such circumstances. The courage is instinctual, or it is not. It's not a rehearsed action. And so I just want to say that I think a lot of people admire your courage under fire there.
That's
And
wonderful.
yeah, so
Thank you very
yeah,
much. I appreciate it. I didn't think of it. I just wanted to get up and I wanted to stand up. I wanted to let people know, I felt I was good when they were on top of me, covering me, actually, very much covering me and very bravely. But I wanted to get up. I said, I want to get up. And they wanted, they have everything there. They wanted stretcher. I didn't like the stretcher. And I knew I was hit in the ear, but I knew I wasn't hit anywhere else. They felt I was hit someplace else
yeah,
because it was such a lot of blood. And they were sure that I was hit someplace else. And they were saying, "Sir, you were hit in more than the ear." I said, "Nope, I was hit in the ear. I want to get up. Let me get up." And so I got up, and the crowd didn't know what to think. I mean, this was so many people, and you could see they were confused. They didn't know what to think. And I wanted to let them know I was
They followed
okay.
your
It
lead.
was very important for me to let them
yeah,
know that. And they went wild. You've seen the after. They didn't
Yeah.
go wild when I
yeah,
got up because they didn't know, was I alive. You really couldn't tell when I stood up before the fist in the air. Uh, they didn't know if I was alive. Nobody did. And when I put the fist up, they were just relieved and happy and thrilled, and the place went crazy. It was pretty amazing.
yeah.
It was a
Well,
terrible thing, but it
it was
was really nice.
incredibly moving. Yeah. Well, and I mean, speaking of the sort of slide that got you to turn that saved your life, really, was the illegal immigration
Right.
slide. Maybe this
That's right.
maybe this is worth talking about that,
It
since
was. It was.
that slide
You're
saved your
right.
life,
No,
basically.
the illegal immigration saved my life. You're right, but I
I
had to
know
be at
that's
that
the.
exact angle.
I mean, that's a great one. Saved by illegal
You know
immigration.
the
That's
incredible
that.
thing though, when you talk about the odds, you had to be exactly at that angle. But the
Yeah,
incredible thing is that the chart I used it less than 20% of the time. It was just a moment.
yeah,
It's always on my left, never my right, and it's always at the end of the speech. So here
yeah,
we have it. It's on the right, not the left. It's at the beginning, not the end. And even the people that put it up, they were unprepared, and they did a great job. They got it up immediately, fortunately. But I looked to the right, and the bullet came whizzing by, hitting my ear. So it was amazing. But when you think of the odds of that, and
yeah, yeah,
that normally you wouldn't use it. Normally I wouldn't have the thing, and then it would
yeah.
have been a very different story. It's very much. I say an act of God. It's a miracle that it happened, and I'm
Sure.
honored by it. I'm honored by it.
Well, what were you about to say about illegal immigration before you were rudely interrupted with a
Well, I was
bullet?
going to say how good the numbers were. By the way, we're going back to Butler, and we're going to go
Great.
back in October. We're all set up, and the people are fantastic in Butler. It's a great area. Great. These are incredible people. like the three that, in the case of Corey killed, and the other two, the families are. I got to know them a little bit, and the families are great. But we're going back to Butler, and I think I'll probably start by saying, as I was saying,
nice.
Prior to being so horribly interrupted, but.
Yeah, so rudely interrupted by an assassination attempt.
But no, but the chart.
Some people have no manners.
Elon, the chart was just a chart that in my last week, we had the best illegal immigration numbers, meaning stopping. It was at the lowest. You've seen the chart. It's become quite a famous chart. But that was the lowest point ever recorded. It was a really, I mean, I was very proud of those numbers. And then you see what happened with these people, Kamala and Joe. You see what happened. They just let it go. I had remain in Mexico policies. I had all these different policies that was so good. Guys like Tom Holman and Brandon Judd from Border Patrol. These are all people that they've been on television. They says the best numbers we've ever had. We had so many different checks, catch and release in Mexico, not the United. We had catch and release in the United States. We had it in Mexico. We had so many things. We had things where if many people come in there, they have contagious diseases. We had everything passed. If you have a contagious disease, I'm sorry, but we cannot allow you into the country. So we were setting literally records, and all I was doing is showing that, and I use it sometimes, and in this case, I'm glad I used it. I can tell you that, but they were fantastic numbers. But I'm going to sleep with that chart always. I'll be sleeping with that chart. That chart was very important for a lot of reasons.
Well, I mean, would it be accurate to say that you're supportive of legal immigration, but we also need to shut down illegal immigration, and especially unvetted illegal immigration, because and that's not the same as saying that everyone who's an illegal immigrant is bad. In fact, I think most people who are illegal immigrants are actually good, but you can't tell a difference unless there's a solid vetting of who comes across the border. Does that accurately represent your position?
I say it very simply. They have to come in legally. They have to be checked.
Yeah.
Because look, Kamala was the border czar. Now she's denying it. Everything that I do, she's saying she was strong on the border. We're going to be strong. Well, she doesn't have to say it. She could close it up right now. They could do things right now. It's horrible. No tax on tips, and all of a sudden she's making a speech and there will be no tax on tips. I said that months ago. And by the way, they had just the opposite. They had not only tax on tips, but they hired 88,000 IRS agents, and many of them were assigned to go get waitresses and caddies and all of this on tips. They have a policy. They had a policy that they were really going to go after you, and were really harassing people horribly. And then all of a sudden, for politics, she says, she comes out with what I said, which I think is terrible. And I think it's also hitting them very hard. These people are fake. Now they're also saying they did a good job on the border. We had the worst numbers in the history of the world, not of our country. There's never been a country in history that has had a catastrophe like this. We've had, I believe, and I think you believe this too, you hear 12 million, 13. I believe it's over 20 million people came into our country, many coming from jails, from prisons, from mental institutions, or a bigger version of that is insane asylums. And many are terrorists. And I'll tell you what, they're coming not just from South America, they're coming from Africa, they're coming from all over the world. They're coming from Asia, they're coming from the Middle East, they're coming from countries that are stupidly and horribly bombing Israel October 7th. They're coming from all over the world. And you look at, it's so sad, October 7th, because it should have never happened. It's so sad when you look at Ukraine. It should have never happened. We have a defective government. These are defective people, and they're not people that should be running it. But where you see it the best is the border, because you have millions of people coming in a month, and then she gets up and she tries to pretend like she's going to do something. She had 3.5 years. And by the way, they have another 5 months that they can do something, but they won't do anything. It's all talk. She's incompetent and he's incompetent. And frankly, I think that she's more incompetent than he is. And that's saying something, because he's not too good.
Yeah, that's bad.
Yeah.
Worse than Joe?
I think it is. essential to have a secure border. I mean, you're really not a country unless you have a
Correct.
secure border, and
secure elections
you
too.
know, yeah, absolutely secure elections, and so it's just essential to have a real border, or we can't function as a country, and our service, our essential services are being overwhelmed in a lot of cities. As we were talking about earlier, I think having a legal immigration process that is smooth and efficient and done well, and speaking as someone who is a legal immigrant, I think I mean, like one way to think of it is, who do you want on your team? Who do you want on Team America? And I think
Great
we want to
question.
just say, okay, we want to let in people who are gonna, be great contributors to our society and to our economy,
Right.
and and who do you want on the team? And it's not to say that, like in my opinion, actually, I'd say like probably most of the illegal immigrants actually are actually good, hardworking people. That's my opinion. But some are not, and you just have this sort of adverse selection process where, if somebody's if somebody's like you know um, uh, has a career in theft or robbery, I don't understand what's taken them so long to get here, because we're such a target-rich environment. I mean, why aren't more people who have a career in, bad things
Yeah, it's
coming
open
here
season
sooner?
here.
Because it's a piece of cake to go rob,
We'll let you out of jail.
houses in LA or New York, compared to other parts of the world.
Kamala will
And
fundraise for your bail money.
in a lot of places in America, if you try to stop the person who's robbing you, you'll be arrested.
Yeah. Yeah.
So it's insane.
It's right. I mean, what's happening with crime, and our police are so good, but they're not allowed to do their job. But I have to tell you, Elon, I
They're
hate
not.
to say it because it's such a downer to say it. I hate to say it. I hate it. But uh, you have a lot of people that just shouldn't be. I think it's a much bigger number than you think. They're
I
allowing,
think you're
again,
right.
they're
Yeah.
allowing people from their jails. And if you were running one of these countries where they're coming from, you would have had all of them.
Yeah.
As an example, Venezuela, their crime is down 72%. They're taking their drug dealers. They're taking, frankly, their prisoners. They're emptying out their prisons. They're taking their criminals, their murderers, their
Ship them in.
rapists, and they're
Yeah.
delivering them into
But
the.
that's what Castro did.
Yeah,
That
well, he did on a much smaller scale.
yeah,
It was a much smaller
yeah.
scale. But this is a massive scale because this is being done worldwide. But here's what's happening: crime all over the world is down. And wait till you see the numbers that we have. This is migrant crime. This is crime that's going to be.
Yeah.
And I saw it today in New York where somebody was knifed with raped the girlfriend of a man that stood there watching in New York in one of the
Ugh.
shelters, and started
Sure.
pulling out the knives, and bad things happen today. But this is happening every day. These are rough people. These are people that are in jail for
Yeah.
murder and all sorts of things. And they're releasing them into our country, and they're telling them, if you come back, we're going to kill you. We're going to give you the death penalty or kill you. So they don't want to come back. But these are rough people.
Yeah.
These are criminals that make our criminals look like nice people. And it's horrible what they're doing. And she's in charge of it because, now she's trying to say she
Sure.
had nothing to do with it. And she's such a liar because
Yes.
she was called the border czar the first
Liar.
day, and it was on the headlines of every newspaper. She's the border czar, and she never even went there. She went to one location which had nothing to do with where the problem is. She went in and out, I
Right.
guess, because she was getting a lot of pressure,
Yeah.
but
Yeah.
had nothing to do with the problem
Yeah.
is. But she was
Well.
the
Well.
border czar, and the people
Yeah. Yeah.
can't allow them to get away with their disinformation campaign. Now she's trying to say that she wasn't. She wasn't really involved, and the whole thing is horrible. She was totally in charge. She could have shut the border down without him. He didn't know what he was doing anyway, so he wouldn't have even known
Yeah.
what happened. You could shut the border down. He wouldn't
Yeah.
even know the difference. But the fact is that she was border czar. But if you don't have to call her
Yes.
that, the fact is you could just call her. She was in charge of the border, and the border was the worst
Right.
ever.
It's simply not working.
No, it's
I mean,
horrible.
whether it's by whether it's a question of of intention or competence, either way, we don't have a secure border, and we have people streaming over like it looks like a World War Z zombie apocalypse at times. And sometimes you got to sort of wonder, like, is it real or not? So because you see things, and you're like, is it real? So I went to the border at Eagle Pass, and I saw for myself in Texas, and I was like, okay, it's real. I'm like seeing this in real time. I actually posted the video like just live. I just flew there one day and just to see, hey, is this made up or real? And I'm just seeing people stream across the border, and I have to say, at least the people that I saw did not look friendly. So
These are
people can look at my video and say, hey,
Yeah.
these people look friendly. I don't look super friendly. So
These are people that Elon would not be the same man if he had to walk across the street and look these people in the eye. These are rough people. These are really rough people coming across. And I know rough people. And these are people that we don't want in our country. And, the caravans are coming in and they're putting, and who's doing this are the heads of the countries. And you would be doing it, and so would I. And everyone would say, oh, what a terrible thing to say. The fact is, it's brilliant for them because they're taking all of their bad people, really bad people. And I hate to say this, the reason the numbers are much bigger than you would think is they're also taking their non-productive people. Now, these aren't people that will kill you. We have enough of them. But these are people that are non-productive. They are just not productive. I mean, for whatever reason, they're not workers or they don't want to work or whatever. And these countries are getting rid of non-productive people in the caravans in many cases. And they're also getting rid of their murderers and their drug dealers and the people that are really brutal people. And they're coming into our country at levels that have never been seen before. And I saw an ad just before I got on the air. I'm walking over here, and I saw an ad by Kamala saying how she is going to provide border security. Where has she been for 3.5 years? For 3.5 years, we have 20 million people poured in. It's a terrible thing.
I think frankly, I think this is a fundamental existential issue for the United States. And if we have another 4 more years of open borders, and it's going to be even worse with another 4 more years, it's going to be even worse than it's been for the past 3.5 years. I'm not sure we've got a country.
You don't have a country left. Elon, if they get in, you will have 50 to 60 million people from all over the world, not South America only. We think of South America, we think of Honduras and El Salvador, Guatemala, and Mexico, the 4. But it's not that. It's everywhere. They're coming in from everywhere. And I had to stay in Mexico.
I think this is a super important point. Like people, it's like, basically, when I went down there, I was like, well, where are people from? It's like almost no one was from Mexico.
No, Mexico left.
It's just the border. It's just the border with Mexico. But the people coming in, it's Earth,
wide open.
The rest of Earth, and America is only about 4 or 5% of the population of Earth. It would only take a few percent of the rest of Earth to overwhelm everything in the US.
We're already overwhelmed, Elon. We're overwhelmed. You had to see the news tonight about New York, and I love that place, and what they're doing to it is horrible, what they're doing to it. And all the courts do is they try and focus on Trump. Okay, let's focus on Trump, who did nothing wrong. I complain about a rigged election. Elon, what's happened is unbelievable. You have from Africa, from the Congo, they're coming, from the Congo. And 22 people came in from the Congo recently, and they're murderers. And they drop them. They take them out of jails, which is very expensive, to maintain the jails. Although they don't do too much maintaining, I can tell you. But they take them out of jails, prisons. They take them out, and they bring them to the United States. They deposit them in the United States and say, don't ever come back or you're going to be executed. And they don't want to come back. But they won't come back.
Sure.
But they're coming from Africa. They're coming from Asia. They're coming from the Middle East. They're coming from South America.
China.
They're coming from
Rest of
everywhere.
Earth, basically.
And there are a lot of really bad ones.
It's just an everywhere on Earth.
Say it, Trump.
Thing, and it's just not possible for the
China.
United States to absorb everyone from Earth or even a few percent of the rest of Earth. It's just not possible. So,
well, Elon, we're going to have to finish this up. We're going to have the largest deportation in history of this country, and we have no choice. Otherwise, we're going to have a country. What they've done to our country. Think of it, with in Venezuela and in some of these other countries, crime is down 50, 60, 70, 80%. And you would be the same. You would have,
Yeah,
I'll
yeah,
tell you what, Venezuela has not gotten rid of all of them. They've gotten rid of about 70% of their really bad people. Their jails are about 50% put into the United States. The same with other countries. Some
sure.
are at 30%, some are at 50%. They're all different. But the bottom line is they're all going to be at 100%. Why wouldn't you put 100% of it?
Yeah,
And they're doing it right now while this third-rate phony candidate. Don't forget,
Let's go.
I beat Biden.
Badly.
He failed in the debate miserably. And, some people said, oh, gee, it's too bad. It's too bad he did so badly, or I did well in the debate. The first night they said, wow, one of the people at CNN said that was the greatest debate performance I've ever witnessed. And then 2 days later, they didn't talk about that. They just said he was bad. But that's okay. That's the way I get treated, and I don't mind that at all. What I can tell you is this. We cannot have a Democrat. We cannot have her. She's incompetent. She's as bad as Biden in a different. Look,
yeah.
she hasn't done an
I mean,
interview since this
yeah,
whole scam started.
Invite her on.
And say
Elon.
what you want. This was
yeah,
a coup. This was a coup of a president of the United States. He didn't want to leave, and they said we can do it the nice
yeah.
way or we can do it the
No,
hard way.
yeah. No, I mean, they just took him out back behind the shed and basically shot him.
Yeah.
Oh, what they did with this guy,
So
and I'm no
yeah,
fan of his, and he was a horrible president, the worst president in history. And one of the reasons he was so bad, first of all, the Israeli attack would have never happened. Russia would never have attacked Ukraine, and we'd have no inflation. And we wouldn't have had the Afghanistan mess, if you think of it.
well,
And we wouldn't have had
yeah,
Afghanistan. But we think of
well,
it,
yeah.
you take a few of those events away, and we have a different world. We would also have
No, no, yeah.
inflation was caused by oil.
Yeah, no. I think you're making an excellent point here, which is that when other countries can, that are, are thinking about invading or doing bad things, when they're thinking about that, they're thinking about, okay, what's the American president going to do, and do they fear the American president, or is there someone they do not respect and do not fear?
No.
And I think they would. They rightfully be. I mean, look at the footage with the assassination. They're like, okay,
Yeah.
President Trump is like, don't mess with me. I mean,
That's right.
Like, but whereas I think people are not going to be, and they obviously have not been at all intimidated by Biden, and they certainly will not be intimidated by Kamala. And you have to really think of that in the context of global security.
They will fear him.
Yes. That if the American president is someone that, like, evil dictators are scared of,
yes,
that makes a huge difference to the security of the world.
So I had a good relationship with Putin, despite the Russia hoax that lasted for over 2 years. Just a hoax created by Hillary Clinton and Adam Shifty Schiff, some just bad people, just sick people, frankly. I mean, Schiff is a sick person. He's going to end up probably being a senator. It's
true.
Hard to believe. The whole thing is hard
Censured.
to believe. But, they put our country in danger with that stuff, too. They actually, when they make up stories, and you have to fight your way out of it for a long time. But I know
war with
Putin
Russia.
very well. I got along with him very well. He respected me, and it's just one of those things. And we would talk a lot about Ukraine. It was the apple of his eye. But I said, don't ever do it. Don't ever do it. I shut down Nord Stream 2. That was the big oil pipeline, the biggest pipeline in the world going all over Europe. I shut it down. Biden came, and then they say, I loved Russia. I was a friend of Putin, and I loved Russia. No, he actually said to me one time, he said, if you're my friend, I'd hate to see you as an enemy. I shut down his pipeline, the biggest pipeline. They were looking at that to fund, and this pathetic president gets in there. And the first thing he did, one of the early things he did, is he shut down Keystone XL pipeline, which is our pipeline that would have employed 48,000 people, pipeline workers, shuts it down. That was, a massive job that Obama refused to allow.
Yeah.
I allowed it in my first week because it was jobs and it moved oil. And by the way, in a much more environmentally friendly way. It's underground. It's not a truck that catches on fire or a train that catches on fire. But think of it. He shut down the XL pipeline, the Keystone XL pipeline.
Yeah.
He shuts that down, and he approves the Russian pipeline.
Yeah, it doesn't make any sense. It's inconsistent. certainly.
They hate
But
America. They
I think
want
it's just
Russia.
worth emphasizing, to listeners, the immense importance
To be their enemy.
of whether the United States president is intimidating or not intimidating, and how much that matters to global security, because there's some real tough characters out there, and if they don't think the American president is tough, they will do what they want to do.
I know every one of
and
them.
that puts it puts the whole world in danger.
Elon, I know every one
It's
of
a
them,
big
and I
deal.
know them well. I know Putin,
Yeah.
I know President Xi, I know Kim Jong-un of North Korea. I know every one of them. And let me tell you, people will say, oh, this is terrible. He said, I'm not saying anything good or bad. They're at the top of their game. They're tough, they're smart, they're vicious, and they're going to protect their country, whether they love their country. They probably do. It's just a different form of love, but they're going to protect their country. But these
Yeah.
are tough people at the top of their game. And when they see a Kamala or when they see Biden, Sleepy Joe, they can't even believe it. They can't believe this happened. All the stuff that you're seeing now, all the horror that you look at Israel, they're all waiting for an attack from Iran. Iran would not be attacking, believe me. When I was there, and I say it with respect because I think we would have been good with Iran. I don't want to do anything bad to Iran, but they knew not to mess around. Iran was broke because I told China, if you buy from Iran oil, it's all about the oil. That's where the money is. But if you buy oil from Iran, you're not going to do any business with the United States. And I meant it. And they said, we'll pass. They didn't buy oil. Other countries, likewise.
Sure.
You want to buy, you're not doing business with the United States. And they were at a point where they had no money for Hamas. They had no money for Hezbollah. They had no money for any of these instruments of terror. And it was amazing. In fact, there were articles when I was leaving, which is hard to believe, actually, especially when you look at what's happened to our country. Our country is so bad right now. It's such a different place. We were respected. Think of it. 4 years ago, we were so respected to a point where when I said don't buy oil, they didn't buy oil. But they had no money, and Israel would have never been attacked. Zero chance. And again, I said to Vladimir Putin, I said, don't do it. You can't do it, Vladimir. You do it, it's going to be a bad day. You cannot do it. And I told him things that what I do, and he said, no way. And I said, way. And it's the last time we ever had the conversation. He would never have done. I got along
Nothing
well
happened.
with him. I hope to get along well with them again. Getting along well with them is a good thing, not a bad thing. I got along well with Kim Jong-un. When I met with President Obama just before entering, it's a sort of a ritual. And I sat down with him and we talked. It was supposed to be for a very short period of time. It turned out to be a long period of time. I said, what's the biggest problem? He said, North Korea. I had that problem worked out very quickly. It was nasty at the beginning with Rocket Man and, all the different things.
Yeah.
But all of a sudden I got a call.
Those were some epic tweets, by the way.
Yeah, they
Those
were they were
absolutely
epic everything. He said that he has a red button on his desk. I said, I have a red button on my desk too, but my red button is much bigger and my red button works. And then I called him Little Rocket Man of Little Rocket Man. Anyway, here's the bottom line. All of a sudden I got a call from him. And they said they want to meet. They want to meet me. And we met, as you remember, we met in Singapore. We met also in Vietnam. And I got along with them great. We were in no danger. But President Obama thought we were going to end up in a war, a nuclear war with him. And let me tell you, he's got a lot of nuclear stuff, too.
Exactly.
He's got plenty of nuclear. He can do plenty of damage.
Yes, it's because people like Kim Jong-un, they respond to strength, not weakness.
Well,
he and I
had a good relationship. Remember, I
Yeah.
remember I met him and we walked onto his land. Nobody ever walked onto his land before. I walked onto. I wouldn't say let's bring up Secret Service again. I wouldn't say they were thrilled when I did that. I walked onto his land, and it was an amazing period. But we were not in danger with him because of me. I always say that we have enemies on the outside and we have enemies on the inside. We have some really bad people in our government and people that are and controlling of the people. I mean, I'd mention names, but I really don't want to give them the credit. But we have some really bad, and I say they're more dangerous than Russia and China. If you have a smart president, a president that gets it, we are not in danger from those countries because they need us and they need our help. I mean, we forced Obama, if you think about it, Obama and Biden, and Bush to a certain extent, in all fairness, forced Russia and China together. And if you're a history student, the first thing you learn is you cannot let Russia and China align. But then they also got, if you take a look, Iran, and they have North Korea. That's, they call it the axis of evil. In the old days, you had the axis of evil. Here we have a modern day axis of evil. These are powerful countries, very heavy nuclear, which is the biggest threat. The biggest threat is not global warming, where the ocean's going to rise 1/8 of an inch over the next 400 years. And you'll have more oceanfront property, right? The biggest threat is not that. The biggest threat is nuclear warming, because we have 5 countries now that have significant nuclear power, and we have to not allow anything to happen with stupid people like Biden. Biden did something with Russia. There was no chance of him ever going in. And when I left, and then after I left, they started forming big armies on the border with Ukraine, right? And I looked at that, and I thought he was doing that because Putin's a good negotiator. I thought he was doing that to negotiate. But then Biden started saying such stupid things. For instance, he said that it can be a NATO country. Now, Russia, for as long as there's been NATO, has said we're never going to agree to that. And we go right up front and say that. And we did things and said things through this president with a low IQ, very low IQ. He had a low IQ 30 years ago, by the way, but now he might not even have a IQ at all. There's nothing on the board that goes this low. He said things that were so stupid.
Negative IQ.
That war would have been, that war had zero chance of happening if I were there. Zero chance. He was saying everything the opposite. Everything the opposite. And it's so sad because many more people have been killed in Ukraine than you read about. You don't read about how bloody it is and how disastrous.
Sure.
Hey, look, just in the 2 armies, you lost 500,000 people. And, Ukraine's having a hard time. Ukraine, I don't know if you saw the article recently, and it's true. You don't hear the true story. But if you think about it, Russia's gone, Russia defeated Germany with us, and they defeated Napoleon. They've been around a long time. They're a big fighting force.
Yeah. Sure.
And it's very unfair. And Ukraine now doesn't have enough men. They're now using young men and very old men to fight. And we're in a very bad position. And I'm not going to blame exclusively, but I can tell you I could have stopped that. And a smart president could have stopped that. It wouldn't have happened. But we had a man that actually made it more prevalent. It was so bad. The words that he was using, the stupid threats coming from a stupid face that he was using. I said, this guy's going to cause us a war. He's going to cause us. And let me tell you, it can lead to World War III. That can lead to World War III. The Middle East can lead to. We have numerous places that could end up in a World War III right now for no reason whatsoever.
I think you're right. I think people underrate the risk of World War III, and it's just when you're looking at the risk of global thermonuclear warfare, it's game over for humanity, and it's something that people have, I think, after the end of the Cold War, people have become complacent about, but they actually have forgotten that there are currently a lot of nuclear missiles that have targeting parameters for the United States from other
100%.
countries.
And one of the things we're going to do is we're going to build an Iron Dome over us. Israel has it. We're going to have the best Iron Dome in the world. We need it, and we're going to make it all in the United States. But we're going to have protection, because it just takes one maniac to start something. We're going to have protection, and we're going to have. Why shouldn't we have an Iron Dome? Israel has one. Some other places have one that nobody even knows about, frankly. But Israel has it. We're going to have an Iron Dome. But with all of that being said, to me that's so important, the most important. But with all of that being said, the election's coming up, and the people want to hear about the economy and the fact that they can't buy groceries because they don't have enough money to buy groceries. The inflation has killed them. Food prices are up 50, 60, even 100% in some cases. And this stupid administration allowed this to happen, and it's a shame. And that's the thing that people most care about, in my opinion. They care about the border a lot. And we discuss the border at great length. It's nice to have a forum like this where I can discuss something at length. And by the way, you think Biden could do this interview? Do you think
No,
that
actually,
Kamala
no.
could do this interview? They would take a pass on
No,
you.
they could not.
Yeah.
So they don't need Elon. They don't need Elon screaming out questions. It's pretty sad when you think that somebody that does this for a living can't answer a question or is afraid to do an interview.
Yeah.
And in her case, with a very friendly interview, she's got all friendly interviewers. It's pretty sad.
Yes,
But the
absolutely.
big thing now is the
Well,
economy, Elon.
yeah,
And as much as
yeah,
I mean, I view nuclear as the single most important thing, but a lot of people don't. A lot of people don't understand that. But it doesn't have to. If I understand it, that's all you need. Because if I was president, you're not going to have that kind of a problem. But the thing that they really is making them angry is what Kamala and Biden have allowed to happen to the economy. It's a disaster with inflation. The inflation, it
yeah,
doesn't matter what you make. The inflation is eating you alive. If you're a worker or if you're just a middle income person, you can't afford. 4 years ago, 5 years ago, people were saving a lot of money. Today, they're using
yeah.
all their money and borrowing money just to live. It's a horrible thing
Right.
that's happening. And we'll end that
Well,
quickly.
I think a lot of a lot of people just don't understand where inflation comes from. Inflation comes from government overspending.
Yeah.
Because the checks never bounce when it's written by the government. So
No, they just make it
if
up.
the government spends far more than it brings in, that increases the money supply. And if the money supply increases faster than the rate of goods and services, that's inflation. So really, we need to have we need to reduce our government spending, and we need to re-examine. I think we need like a government efficiency commission to say like, hey, where are we spending money that's sensible? Where is it not sensible? And we need to live within our means. We're currently adding, I think, $1 trillion to the deficit roughly every 100 days.
100 days.
And the interest payments on the national debt have now exceed the defense budget. It's on the order of $1 trillion.
It's interest.
Credit card interest.
It keeps
I
growing.
rebuilt our military, largely rebuilt our military, did a great job on it, which was so important. We had jets, we had fighters that were, and bombers that were 70 years old. And we did a great job in that. Then we gave 85 billion of it back to Afghanistan, if you can believe it. We gave them 85 billion. They're one of the largest sellers of military equipment in the world. They're selling what we gave them. That was one of the most embarrassing days in the history of our country. But if you think about, let's go back to the economy. We have to bring energy prices down. Energy started at the price of gasoline. Now your cars don't require too much gasoline, so you have a good, and you do make a great product. I have to say, I have to be honest with you. That doesn't mean everybody should have an electric car, but these are minor details. But your product is incredible. But
it is good.
But the gasoline, Elon, is the cost of energy. Not only gasoline, it's the cost of heating your house and cooling your house. That has to come down. It's gone up 100%, 150, and 200%, and that has to come down. When that comes down, and we're going to drill, baby, drill. They stopped drilling, and then they went back to drilling because they went back to the Trump policy. But if they won the day after they get into office, this country will go out of business because they're going to go to an energy policy that's not sustainable. Wind and different things. You're not going to have anything.
Yeah.
And I know you're a big fan of the AI, and I have to say that AI, and this is shocking to me, but AI requires twice the energy that the country already produces for everything. So you're going to have to build. We're going to have to build a lot of energy if our country will be competitive with China, because that's our primary competitor for this on the AI. You're going to need a lot of electricity. You're going to need tremendous electricity, like almost double what we produce now for the whole country, if you can believe it.
Yes, we can.
Sure. Well, just going, back to this, like this basic thing, which that people try to make it sound complicated, but it's not. But inflation is caused by government overspending. Would you agree that we need to take a look at government spending and have perhaps a government efficiency commission that just tries to make the spending sensible and so the country lives within its means, just like a person
The
does?
waste is incredible, and nobody negotiates prices. You used to have a lot of people making jets, and you end up with two companies, and they'll probably try and merge at some point. I went through it. like Air Force, just a thing like Air Force One. One of the first documents they asked me to sign, a general walks in, sir, would you please sign this document? And what is it? Air Force One. That's with Boeing, which is basically two planes, two 747s. And the price was $5.7 billion for two planes. Now, now they're highly sophisticated.
That's insane.
They're even nicer than your plane, okay? But much more sophisticated. They're very, I won't say what's on it, but they got a lot of stuff on it. Anyway, but it's 5.7.
That's a crazy
It's
number.
a crazy number.
It's crazy.
But I said, I'm not
It's
going to pay 5.7. I'm not going to do it. I said, who made the deal? Obama and his people. I said, well, then I know the deal's no good. I'm not going to do it. And over a course of about 4 weeks, by my saying I'm not going to do it, I got the price reduced by $1.6 billion for the exact same plane, other than we had a nicer paint job, if you want to know the truth.
Yeah, it's probably more.
But for the exact same plane, I saved one. And I said to Boeing, man, you guys must make a lot of money if you can reduce the price by that.
Yeah.
But now what I do hear is that they're going back to the Biden administration and wanting big cost overruns, you know, because they see these dopey suckers in there, and they'll end up getting some of the money back.
So who
but
are they
I saved
supporting
it by
for president?
$1.6 billion
Boeing.
for the exact same
Right.
plane. And you can now take that and
Obviously,
multiply that
not
out
Trump.
times thousands of other
Exactly.
items.
Multiply it
Yeah,
by a
the
zillion.
numbers are
And
astronomical. I agree with you.
Well, I mean, I think it would be great to just have a government efficiency commission that takes a look at these things.
Just agree with him, Trump, and put him on, okay?
Ensures that the
And
taxpayer
Vivek.
money,
And I'd like a role,
the
too.
taxpayers'
I'd like to
hard-earned
be on it,
money
too.
is spent in a good way. And I'd be happy to help out on such a commission.
I'd love
if
it.
it were formed.
Yes.
Well, you're the greatest cutter. I mean, I look at what you do. You walk in and you just say, you want to quit? They go on strike. I won't mention the name of the company, but they go on strike and you say, that's okay. You're all gone. You're all gone. So every one of you is gone, and you are the greatest. You would be very good. Oh, you would love it. But, you know, if you look at Argentina.
Well, I'd be happy to
Yeah,
help
by the way,
out.
congratulations. I
Yeah.
just looked at the number of people that are listening to you and I chat. We'll call it a chat. But congratulations. This is very good. I mean, it's great. It's and you're an interesting character. You know, the new head of a place called Argentina, and he's a big,
Malay's awesome.
he's great. And
Yeah.
he's a big MAGA fan. You know that. He ran on MAGA. And he took it to an extreme, too. He ran on MAGA, and I hear he's doing really a terrific job. It's called Make Argentina Great Again. It worked out perfectly. He came in, he bought a lot of hats, he brought everything, but he's doing a big job. He really cut. And I'm hearing they're starting to do pretty well. Inflation's getting down. You know, they had like 2,000%. And they had inflation like not normal inflation. They had the real deal. But we're going to have that pretty soon. I think we have the worst inflation we've had in 100 years. They say it's 48 years. I don't believe it. I think we have the worst.
It's brutal.
They don't include a lot of the items that should be included.
Is $10.
You know,
everything.
Yeah. Well, it's just from government overspending and not spending taxpayer money effectively, and having just like so many departments you can't even name them all. And what Milei is doing is he's cutting government spending. He's simplifying things. He's putting in regulations that make sense, and Argentina overnight is experiencing a giant improvement in prosperity. But it's also a lesson for the United States, which is that Argentina used to be one of the most prosperous countries in the world. In the 30s, 40s, and because of bad government policy, it ruined the country. And if you take Venezuela, for example, Venezuela should be incredibly prosperous. They have phenomenal reserves of everything, oil, everything, and it should be prosperous. But if the government's wrong, it impoverishes the people. And so I think we should not be complacent in the United States in thinking that and taking our prosperity for granted, because if with bad government policy, we can run the country into the ground. And that's just something people should bear in mind. Don't take prosperity for granted.
Well, think of education. So we're ranked at the bottom of every list of the top 40. We're ranked number 40, number 38. Norway, Switzerland, Sweden, different countries are ranked good. Actually, China's pretty close to the top. They're a top 6 or 7.
Yeah.
But we're ranked at the bottom, almost at the bottom, 38, 39, 40. In other words, horrible. And yet we spend more per pupil than any other country in the world. So we spend more. And what I'm going to do, one of the first acts, and this is where I need an Elon Musk. I need somebody that has a lot of strength and courage and smarts. I want to close up Department of Education, move education back to the states, where
Nice.
where states like Iowa, where states like Idaho, not every state will do great because states that basically aren't doing good now. You look at Gavin Newsom, the governor of California. He's terrible. He does a terrible job. So he's not going to do great with education. But
No.
of the 50, I would bet that 35 would do great.
Better than
And
now.
15 of them, or 20 of them will be as good as Norway. Norway is considered great. You can name them. I mean, they're so good. Some of these countries are so good. But if you go into some of these really well-run states, we have states that don't know what debt is. We have states that have low taxes, no debt, everybody working. They're really well-run.
Sure.
And maybe they have certain advantages in terms of location, in terms of, the land or the sun and the water and the whole thing. There are a lot of advantages that some people have. But if you moved education back to the 50, you'll have some that won't do well, but they'll actually be forced to do better because it'll be a pretty bad situation. But if you think about it, you'll have some of these states. I'll bet you'd have 30, 35 states. It'll be much better. And you know what it'll cost? Less than half what it is in Washington. And these people don't care about the students in these, faraway states. And it'd be unbelievable.
Yeah. I think you're making a good point in that if the states have to if each state has to compete against other states, then people will naturally move to states where it's better.
Well, like California, as we said, it's a badly run state. I could go through. I got so many friends that are in those states, even if they're Democrats. I hate to mention certain states, but Illinois is badly run with Pritzker. He's a real loser. But some of these places are just badly run. But it's almost going to force them to run better, and they won't do it good initially. But you're not going to do worse than you're doing right now.
Right.
And I would say that the cost, you would cut your cost by 50 or 60%. And you'd have a little monitor. You want to make sure they're teaching English as an example. Give us a little English, right?
Sure.
Right?
Yeah. No, but I mean, to what? I mean, some of these governors are doing so badly. I mean, they got so many people moving out of their state. They should get U-Haul Salesman of the Year award because they're driving so much U-Haul.
It's actually amazing.
It's just people moving out.
Isn't it amazing to you as a businessman that they can even survive? Like Illinois. So many people are leaving, and you wonder, how do they survive? I mean, how do they survive?
Illegals and government money.
I saw where you left California, and you moved to Texas. Texas does a great job. But, I mean, I just wonder, how do these states survive when big businesses, a big oil company just left California, as you know, and they moved to Texas. How do these big states survive when they lose so many businesses? And their taxes are already really high. The taxes are among the highest taxes. You almost wonder, how do they continue on? And in many cases, the governors don't do a good job in their crime-ridden places. You wonder, how do they continue to just go on? It's not a good situation.
I mean, I think the only thing that's going to force some of these states to change is if they risk bankruptcy and they're not getting bailed out by the federal government.
There you go.
Right. Well.
That's the only thing that's going to get them to change.
You remember the area in California where they had that, where I guess somebody had sticky fingers and they stole a lot of money. And they went into a form of chapter. And it was very nasty for a period of time. But now it's probably the most popular place in all of California. So at some point, something like that may have to happen. But the problem is, you can't penalize people that loan money to the state when you have incompetent people like a Pritzker. Look, the family didn't want him in the family business, and then he ends up being governor of Illinois. So what is he going to be? Is he going to be a great governor? And you have people. I could name every one of them. I got to know every one of these, and some are very good, and some are just horrible.
Well, I think that the larger point here, too, as you're saying, like a lot of people are concerned about the economy, a lot of people are concerned about inflation, and inflation is effectively a tax on people that save money,
Yeah.
and for people that are working day to day, it's just a form of taxation
On all of us, everybody.
and
Democrats
if we
too.
can solve the government spending problem, we'll solve the inflation problem, which means people will have a better standard of living, and
Yeah.
that's a really big
Well, the
deal.
people that got hurt worst are the people that did it the way they were taught to do it all through, their younger life and their young life and their whole life. The people that saved money and then they got no interest on their money and inflation destroyed them. And frankly, they were almost better off if they didn't do anything like that. I mean, those people have been absolutely decimated, and we're going to bring those people back and help those people. We've got to get the prices down. When I look at bacon costing 4 or 5 times more than it did a few years ago, when you look at some of the food products in grocery stores, people go, they can't believe it. They used to be able to buy a whole cart, and today, a lot of people just don't have the money. They go in and they can't buy anything. They look at it's sticker shock. They call it sticker shock, right?
I think it really just comes, like I said, I think it just comes down to really, I guess, two things, which is that if you solve government overspending, you solve inflation, which improves living standards of the average person, and then if you deregulate, like have sensible regulations, so because a lot of the regulations are nonsensical and cause the cost to be extreme for no reason. But unless you've got effective deregulation, like Reagan did a great job on deregulation in the 80s, but it's been 40 years since we had anyone really. I mean, during your administration, we made some progress, but I think there's an opportunity to make, I think, radical progress with sensible regulation.
Elon,
those two things, those are the big deals.
We set a record. We did more deregulation and more restrictions on all of the different businesses than any other president. Remember, I had the rule for everyone we put in, you have to get rid of 10 or 12. And we did radical cuts on all of that. And a lot of that's being put back by this administration. And we did radical cuts on things that weren't necessary. But we were all set. We had the best economy ever maybe in the world. And then what happened is COVID came in, and we had to focus on that, and nobody knew what it was. And I always say I got good marks on economy, good marks on military. We knocked out ISIS. We did so many different things. We rebuilt. But, I never got the credit that we really deserved on what we did with COVID. We never got the credit. But had that not happened, a gift from China, from Wuhan, came in from Wuhan, the Wuhan labs, and I always said it, and it turned out to be right. But had that not happened, we were set to start reducing debt. We were going to reduce taxes further. I gave the largest tax cuts, and we were going to reduce taxes still further for middle-income people, not only businesses. But we did it for businesses because they're the ones that's why we had the great job numbers. But we were set to really start reducing debt. And, we're sitting on the biggest pile of liquid gold anywhere in the world, bigger than Saudi Arabia, bigger than Russia. And we were going to drill, and we were going to make so much money. We were going to supply Europe with oil. I had stopped the Russian pipeline, and we were going to supply them with oil and gas. We were going to make a fortune. And then the COVID came in, and we really had to divert. Then what happened is when they came in, we kept a lot of businesses alive. If I didn't do what we did, we would have had a 1929 type depression. But the problem is when Biden came in, he got trillions of dollars and just started spending it stupidly. You didn't need it anymore.
Nope.
We got over that bad period where everybody was dying and feeling, it was just not a good period. Interestingly, during his administration, many more people died during his administration of COVID than during my administration.
And they had the jab,
and we
too.
really got the brunt of it.
Yeah.
But people don't realize more people died during his administration than ours.
And
but
they
it
had the
diverted
jab.
us from doing what I wanted to do. But we had the greatest for, almost 3 years. We had the great, and you know that probably better than anybody. So many of your friends said to me, the best years we've ever had in business were during the Trump years. And also said that African American, Hispanic American were so incredible. They were having the best Asian American women, men, young people without a diploma, young people that graduated from the best
Everybody.
colleges, from MIT,
It
from
was
the
good.
Wharton School, from all of the great colleges, Harvard. They were doing better, and people without a diploma were doing better, and everybody was happy. And then COVID came, and we had the problem is they spent trillions and trillions of dollars. They wasted. They shouldn't have taken any money, and we wouldn't be having inflation right now, which is killing our country.
Yeah. Absolutely. I mean, I should probably say something about like maybe my views on climate change
Yeah.
and oil and gas, because I think I'm probably different from what most people would assume, because my views are actually pretty, I think, moderate in this regard, which is that I don't think we should vilify the oil and gas industry and the people that have worked very hard in those industries to provide the necessary energy to support the economy. And if we were to stop using oil and gas right now, we would all be starving, and the economy would collapse.
Yeah.
So
which is what they want.
I don't think it's right to sort of vilify the oil and gas industry. The world has a certain demand for oil and gas, and it's probably better if the United States provides that than some other countries. And it would help with prosperity in the U.S. And at the same time, obviously, my view is like we do over time want to move to a sustainable energy economy, because eventually you do run out of. I mean, you run out of oil and gas. It's not there for. It's not infinite. And there is some risk. I think the risk is not as high as a lot of people say it is with respect to global warming. But I think if you just keep increasing the parts per million in the atmosphere long enough, eventually it actually simply gets uncomfortable to breathe. People don't realize this. If you go past 1,000 parts per million of CO2, you start getting headaches and nausea. And so
we don't want that
we're
at all.
now in the sort of 400 range. We're adding, I think, about roughly 2 parts per million per year. So I mean, it still gives us. So what it means is like we still have quite a bit of time, but so there's not like we don't need to rush, and we don't need to like stop farmers from farming, or prevent people from having steaks or
Right.
basic stuff like that. Like you can leave the farmers alone.
I agree.
in
How
my
crazy
opinion.
is that? Where
I mean,
you have farmers that are not allowed to farm anymore and have to get rid of their cattle, and the whole world is
yeah,
a
that's
little
silly.
crazy. But it's
Eat
largely
the
taken
bugs
its
and the fake
lead
meat.
from us. I do say though, I've heard in terms of the fossil fuel, because even to create your electric car and create the electricity needed for the electric car, fossil fuel is what really creates that at the generating plants. And, so you sort of can't get away from it at this moment. I mean, someday you might be able to, but I do hear we have
At this
anywhere from
moment.
100 to 500 years left. Much of it hasn't even been found yet.
Yeah.
But there are tremendous, like Anwar. I got Anwar in Alaska approved. Ronald Reagan couldn't do it. Nobody could do it. Everybody tried. Nobody could do it. I got it approved. The first thing that Biden did was unimprove it, to get rid of it. He ended
Yeah.
it. His secretary went in and she ended it. And what a disgrace. That's Anwar. That's bigger, or they think it could be bigger than Saudi Arabia in Alaska. Could be bigger than Saudi Arabia. But they went in and they terminated it. And I'll get it going very quickly, because not only is it big for Alaska, I mean, you talk about economic development, that for the United States, I mean, that is, they say bigger than Saudi Arabia or the same size, and pure, really good stuff. And, they end it. So I think we have, perhaps hundreds of years left. Nobody really knows. But during that time, something
my
will
estimate,
come around that will be
yeah,
very good.
yeah.
Yeah.
Well, I mean, and my estimate would be, a little more aggressive than that. But it's not the sort of like we're all going to die in 5 years stuff. That's obviously BS. But I mean, my view is like if you just look at sort of the parts per million that increments every year, you get sort of 2 or 3 parts per million every year of CO2. I mean, I think some of that it's problematic if it accelerates, if you start going from 2 or 3
Right.
to say 5, and then there may be some situations where you get just a step change increase in the CO2, and I think we don't want to get too close to 1,000 ppm, because like that's actually makes it uncomfortable to breathe. Like just existing in 1,000 ppm CO2 is uncomfortable. That's like that's considered like an industrial hazard.
Right.
Just so it's that's actually, you start getting headaches and stuff. So it's even without global warming, it's not comfortable to live with. So you don't want to get too close to that. But I mean, I think we've got. I think we want to just move over and like, and if I don't know, 50 to 100 years from now, we're I don't know, mostly sustainable. I think that'll probably be okay. So it's not like the house is on fire immediately, but I think it is something we need to move towards. And on on balance, it's probably better to move there faster than slower. But like I said, without vilifying the oil and gas industry, and without causing hardship in the short term, I think this can be done. Without people can still have a stake, and they can still drive gasoline cars, and this it's okay. It's like, it's not. I don't think we should vilify people for it, but I think we should just generally lean in the direction of sustainability. And I actually think solar is going to be a majority of Earth's energy generation in the future, and it's certainly trending that way. And so you get the solar power, combine that with batteries, so because obviously the sun doesn't shine at night, and then you use that to charge the electric cars, and you have a long-term sustainable solution. And that's what Tesla's trying to move things towards, and I think we've made a lot of progress in that regard. But when you look at our cars, we don't believe that environmentalism, that caring about the environment should mean that you have to suffer. So we make sure that our cars are beautiful, that they drive well, that they're fast, they're sexy. I mean, they're cool.
Two
In fact,
plants
literally,
per state.
I mean, the sexies
Two
are
new
Model S,
plants per
Model
state.
3, Model
Let's
X, and
go.
Y spells out sexy. It's probably the most expensive joke out there. But I don't know, I like cheesy humor, so, but I'm a big fan of, like, let's have an inspiring future, and let's work towards a better future, and we can do so without demonizing
Right.
people.
I'm okay. It's very interesting. You use the word global warming, and today they use the word climate change because you have some places that go up, and so they were getting themselves in a little trouble with the word global warming, because not every place is warming. Some places are going the opposite direction. But I'm sort of waiting for you to come up with solar panels on the roofs of your cars and on the trunks of the cars, and it just seems like something that at some point you will come up with. I'm sure you'll be the first. But it would seem that a solar panel on the roofs, on flat surfaces, on certain surfaces might be good.
Yeah.
At least in certain areas of the country where you have the world where you have the sun. But I would think, and I have no idea because that's not my world, but I would think that this would be something that would be interesting. But the one thing that I don't understand is that people talk about global warming or they talk about climate change, but they never talk about nuclear warming. And to me, that's an immediate problem because you have, as I said, 5 countries where you have major nuclear, and probably some others are getting there, and that's very dangerous. That's where you need a strong American president because you don't want to have this proliferation. But you have 5 countries and getting more. China is much less than us right now, but they're going to catch us sooner than people think. They're way lower. Russia and us are number 1, and I mean, we're sort of tied. And China is far behind, but they're developing at a level that you're not surprised to hear very fast.
They've got nuclear
they'll end up
plants
catching up,
being built,
maybe even surpassing. But to me, the
all over
biggest
the place.
problem is not climate change. It's not, and everything's a problem, but it's degrees. To me, the big problem is the nuclear power. The power of nuclear is so great.
It's great.
And when I talk about I'll prevent World War III, I will. But the truth is that you have to, because this is no longer army tanks going back and forth and shooting at each other. This is a level of destruction and power that nobody's ever seen before.
Yeah, and actually, there's the bad side of nuclear, which is a nuclear war, very bad side. But there's also, I think, nuclear electricity generation is underrated.
You're right.
Yeah, let's
and
go.
it's actually, people have this fear of nuclear, nuclear electricity generation, but it's actually one of the safest forms of electricity generation. It's just a huge misunderstanding. And if you look at the injuries and deaths, caused by, say, I mean, I'm not going to try to pick on coal mining, but just any kind of mining operation. And there's a certain number of injuries and deaths per year. And you compare that to nuclear. Nuclear is actually way better. So it's underrated as an electricity source, and I think it's something that's worth reconsidering. But there's so much regulation that people can't get it done. So that
maybe they'll have to change the name.
You know,
The name is just—it's a rough name. There are some areas
it's rough
when
name.
you see what happened in
Bad branding.
right.
The
We'll have to
branding's rough.
rebrand it. We'll have to give it a good name. We'll name it after you or something. No, it has a branding problem. When you see what happened,
It does have a branding problem.
when you see what happened in Japan, where they say you won't be able to go on the land for about 3,000 years. Did you ever see that? And in Russia, where they had the problem, where they, there's a lot of bad things happened, and they have a problem. And they say that in 2,000 years, people will start to occupy the land again. You realize it's pretty bad.
No, that's not true.
But you're right about it. It's amazing.
It's actually not that bad. So like after Fukushima happened in Japan, like people were asking me in California, are we worried about like a nuclear cloud coming from Japan? I'm like, no, that's crazy. It's not even dangerous in Fukushima. I actually flew there and ate locally grown vegetables on TV to prove it. And I donated a solar water treatment, a solar powered system for a water treatment plant. And
but you haven't been feeling so well lately, and I'm worried about it.
No, but I mean,
I'm only kidding.
It's fine,
It's a joke.
It's like Hiroshima and Nagasaki were bombed, but now they're like full cities again. So
right.
it's
well,
really not something that
That's right.
So it's not as scary as people think, basically. But let's see. I mean, are there some other topics we should touch on? Like lawfare. I think we need to be concerned about
what they've done to this country.
Obviously,
yeah. Well, we just won the big case in Florida. This was a Biden administration did something that's never been done in this country, and that's go after their political opponent, me, with this nonsense and just nonsense. And the big case in Florida we won, but they always pick a judge and a jury, and they use local DAs, they use the local attorney generals, like Fani, Fani.
Big Fanny.
Spelled F-A-N-I, Fani.
Like Fanny.
And it's all a big hoax, and it's all run from there, like in Manhattan. One of the top people from the Justice Department went in, ran Manhattan, ran the state.
Matthew
the Letitia
Colangelo.
James deal was run by a person from the Department of Justice, Biden.
Colangelo.
They've never done this before, and they set up a very bad precedent. It's called lawfare, warfare. It's a terrible thing, and never happened in our country. It does happen in banana republics and third world countries, but it's never happened. And the incredible thing is it actually drove my numbers up because people see, fortunately I have a platform like you, or, in all fairness, like a conversation like this, where I can talk about it and people understand. I mean, you fight for election integrity and you end up getting indicted because you're fighting for election integrity. And when the day comes that you can't fight for election integrity, you don't have a country anymore.
Nope.
So what happens is they went after their political opponent, me. Now, Biden's, close to vegetable stage, in my opinion. Okay, I looked at him today on the beach, and I said, why would anybody allow him? The guy could barely walk. Why would anybody allow him? Does he have a political advisor that thinks this looks good? He thinks this looks good because
they don't
it looks so bad.
He's gone.
And it's ridiculous.
Served his purpose.
I mean, and he's been doing that for a long time. He can't lift the chair. The chair weighs about 3 ounces. It's meant for children and old people to lift. And he can't lift it. The whole thing is crazy.
Well, he's clearly not, he's clearly like, we just don't have a president right now.
You don't have a president. And she's going to be worse than him because she is a San Francisco liberal who destroyed San Francisco. And then as Attorney General, she destroyed California. You talk about location, and we're talking about the sun and the water and all. There's nothing better than California. She has destroyed that. She was the original DA. She was the original in San Francisco. She was the original Attorney General in California. What she has done to California is, well, you know better than I do. You just left California a lot of those reasons. And what she's done with crime, with cashless bail, where you kill somebody. I mean, we have states there you kill somebody and they let you out right away. I mean, you don't have to even put up, and then they never find the people unless they kill again, and then they let them out again. Our country is becoming a very dangerous place. And she is a radical left San Francisco liberal. And now she's trying to protect. Now she's looking like she wants to be more Trump than Trump, if that's possible. I don't think it's possible.
No tax
but
on
she wants
tips
to be more Trump than Trump.
Yeah.
I want a wall.
I think that's,
she wants to release all the prisoners that are in detention. And some of these guys are really bad.
right.
That just came
Yeah, I
out
just saw
today.
that.
She doesn't want to build the wall, even though the walls work. Walls and wheels. You know, in your business, everything you do is obsolete, almost, well, not the tunnels, but everything is obsolete. Even your rocket ships, they're like a month later, they're obsolete. You find a better way to. The only thing that's not obsolete is a wall and a wheel. And the wall, I built hundreds of miles of wall, and that's why we had such good numbers. I was going to add 200 miles. We bought it. We could have flipped it up in 3 weeks, and they sold it for 5 cents on the dollar. Meant, I said, wow, that means that they actually do want to have open borders. She wants to have open borders, and now she's going like she's tough on the border. It's such a lie.
Yeah, this is simply not true. This is simply not true.
And everybody knows it's
simply
not true. It's a disgrace that she can say it.
No, I mean, obviously, what's happening sort of overnight is they're rewriting history and making Kamala sound like a moderate when in fact she is far left, like far left.
Worse than Bernie Sanders. She is considered more liberal by far than Bernie Sanders. She's a radical left lunatic, and if she's going to be our president, very quickly you're not going to have a country anymore. And she'll go back to all of the things that she believes in. She believes in defunding the police. She believes in no fracking, zero. Now all of a sudden she's saying, no, I really want to see fracking. If they got in, the day she got in, she'll end fracking. And by the way, if people didn't think that, the lunatics that really believe in that, they won't vote for her. Like the Palestinians and Israel. She is so anti-Israel, and she's bad for both. Biden actually did something that was impossible. Both sides hate him, both sides. That was a hard thing to do, unification.
Yeah, no. I mean, Netanyahu came to give a talk to a joint Senate and House sitting, and I was there, and Kamala stood him up. What does that say?
Wow.
I think it's highly disrespectful. And I say, if you're a Jewish person or if you believe in Israel, if you're a person that, is a very pro-Israel.
Is he going to say
If you vote for her, it's worse than Biden. And Biden was bad. But if you vote for her, you ought to have your head examined. And you see tonight, I mean, as we're doing this, I'm seeing reports coming that they expect an attack tonight or tomorrow from hundreds and maybe thousands of rockets. Their Iron Dome, as they call it, as we all call it, but their shield that they build, that can be swamped. We'll use the term that's appropriate, swamped. But they swamp it by shooting enough missiles. You know this better than anybody. By shooting enough missiles, they can't defend themselves. They just obliterate the whole place. And that's what some people think they're looking to do. And we have no leadership. There's no respect for the United States of America with these people. And I'm telling you, she'll be worse than him because she's a believer in being radical left, and he wasn't.
I think you're right. I mean, it's important for the public that may be listening to this to look at Kamala's track record, before the last month, and say, is that a track record you agree with?
No.
And I think if you're an independent moderate, you definitely would not agree with it, because it is her behavior has been far left, and we're seeing just an overnight propaganda attempt to rewrite history and make it sound like Kamala's moderate when she in fact is not moderate.
They're doing a good job.
Well, her running mate signed into legislation, tampons in boys' bathrooms.
Yes.
Okay. Now, that's all I have to hear. Tampons in boys' bathrooms. And that means she believes in that too. I mean, she picked this guy because he was the closest to her. A lot of people thought she'd pick sort of the opposite, but she picked an anti-Israel radical left person. but she is far worse, they say, than Bernie Sanders. If we have her as a president, if we have a Democrat at this moment as the president, I don't think our country can survive.
I think it's a massive. I think we're in massive trouble, frankly, with the Kamala administration, and that's my honest opinion. And I think really it's essential that you win for the good of the country.
Heck yeah, Elon.
This election, and I mean that's understating my opinion.
Great opinion.
Now, you know, you may have seen this, but I got a letter from the EU Commission, like saying, you know, to not have disinformation on during this discussion that we're having, and you know, there's a lot of attempts to do censorship and to force censorship even on Americans from other countries, and you know, what do you think about that?
Well, I know the European Union very well. They take great advantage of the United States in trade, as you know.
Yes.
We, through a different forum, NATO, we protect them. And yet, if you build a car in the United States, you can't sell it in Europe. You just can't sell it. It's impossible. The same thing with our farmers. Our farmers find it very difficult to do business. You know, we have a deficit with them of $250 billion, which people don't know. It sounds so nice, the European Union, but let me tell you, they're not as tough as China, but they're bad. And I let them know it. And that's probably why they notified you. No, they don't treat our country well. We defend them, you know, with Ukraine. So we're in for 250 billion and they're in for about 71 billion. And they have the same size. If you add up the European nations that, you know, in terms of an economy, it's about the same size when you say as us. And they're in, and they're in much greater risk. They're right there. We have an ocean separating us from, in this case, the enemy would be Russia. It used to be for the Soviet Union, but let's assume they're close enough. And what happens is they're in for 70-something million. I think even less than that, billion. And we're in for about 250 billion, and it could be a lot higher than that. And I say, why aren't you going to equalize? Why aren't they paying what we're paying? And they're in much more, you know, it's much more important for them because of the fact that, you know, they're right near there. I mean, they're all sort of in that location. We're not. But they should, and I did it with NATO. There were only 7 countries that were paid up in NATO out of 28 at the time. And the United States was the United States was subsidizing NATO, tremendously subsidizing NATO. And I said, I went in and I said, you got to pay up. If you don't pay up, we're not going to defend you any longer. I took a lot of heat, but you know what happened? Billions and billions of dollars came flowing in. And you know.
I think a lot of the public isn't aware of the fact that the United States pays a disproportionate share of the NATO expenses.
And then we get taken advantage of on trade. So think about it.
Yeah, well, I mean, the point of NATO is defending Europe, and it's you know, it's like, then okay, well, why is the United States paying disproportionately more to defend Europe than Europe? That doesn't make sense. That's unfair. And that is an appropriate thing to address.
Yeah, great.
Well, you know, when you talk about cost cutting and savings and everything else, I mean, honestly,
put that on the list.
There's nobody that feels worse about the Ukraine situation than I do, because I know it would have never happened. I know Zelensky. He was very honorable to me, because when they went with the Russia hoax and they said I had a phone call with him, he said it was a perfect phone call. It was a great phone call. He could have grandstanded and, you know, said, oh, he was very threatening. He said, no, it was a very nice phone call. I called him up to congratulate him on his win, and you end up getting impeached because these people are lunatics.
Yeah. They're lunatics.
You know, I was talking about the difference from the people within and the enemies on the outside. In many cases, the people from within are more dangerous for our country than the Russias and the Chinas. If you have a smart president, you're not going to have a problem with them. You're going to do things.
Yeah.
Now, they've taken advantage of us incredibly, but you're going to do things with the right person.
Yeah, well, I think it's obvious that you're a believer and an advocate of free speech, because during your first term as president, you were attacked relentlessly every day, often very unfairly with false attacks, and you didn't try to shut down the media. You didn't try to inhibit their freedom of speech, and I think that says a lot.
Well, the good thing is that
Good call,
you and
Elon.
I have, and some people, very few, we can get the word out. Although sometimes it's hard because they don't want to print it, like we're having a great conversation right now. Kamala wouldn't have this conversation.
Nope.
She can't because she's not
No.
smart. She's not a smart person, by the way. She can't have this conversation. And Biden, we don't even have to talk about it. I mean, he couldn't have this conversation. He would have given up on the first half of a question. He would have walked out. He would have said, "Where am I?
It's been
Where
like
am I
90
going?"
minutes, right?
So anyway, but
Yeah.
no, he wouldn't have this.
That's true.
Not a lot of people would have this conversation, but we cover a lot of territory. But the beauty is that we can have a conversation, and
Yes, you
I'm
can actually
able
have a
to get it out
conversation.
because I get treated unfairly
This
by
is
the
a really
press.
big point. You can actually have a conversation
Yeah.
with you.
Yeah, it's nice, isn't it?
And you can't have a conversation with Biden or Kamala. It's like it's not possible.
That's true.
This is like talking to an NPC.
No.
So it's just
Yeah.
impossible.
Well, but think of it. We need a man or person who's unbelievably sharp in order to stop all the nuclear danger and all the dangers that I'm talking about. And I got along with all these. I got along with Kim Jong-un. We had dinner. We had everything. And he really liked me, and I got along with him really well. By the way, he's the absolute boss over there. A lot of people said, "Oh, do you think he really?"
That's for
Let me
sure.
tell you, I saw things that you don't want to know about. He is the boss. But we had a good relationship, and he doesn't like Biden. He considers him a stupid man. He said he's a stupid man. Well, at least he speaks his mind.
Yeah, it's true.
But in this country, you're not sort of allowed to say it, but I guess you are. You should be allowed to say it if it's true. But we need smart people, and we need people that have an ability to lead. And she doesn't have that ability. Can you imagine? Now, Chairman Xi very well. Can you imagine her and him negotiating or
No, it's
even
silly. It would be
standing
silly.
together?
It would be silly.
The whole concept is ridiculous. She is terrible. She's terrible. But she's getting a free ride. I saw a picture of her on Time
Silly.
Magazine today. She looks like the most beautiful actress ever to live.
That's such a good
It was a
word.
drawing. And actually, she looked
Silly.
very much like our great First Lady, Melania. She didn't look like Camilla. That's right. But of course,
Camilla.
she's a beautiful woman, so we'll leave it at that, right?
Well, maybe I think part of what
Amazing.
people in America want to feel excited and inspired about the future. They want to feel like the future is going to be better than the past, and that America is going to do things that are greater than we've done in the past, reach new heights that make you proud to be an American, and excited about the future.
Amen.
They want the American
I think
dream back.
Yes, let's go.
They want the American dream back, more
Right.
important than anything else.
It's our country. We love this country.
You don't have that today because the people, they've been just sucked. They see incompetent people running our, the Biden thing is very interesting. People just found him to be incompetent. And when I debated him, I was like, is this for real? It was.
Yeah, it was just absurd. But I think there are some grand projects that we could do. I mean, I think we could build a base on the moon. We could send American astronauts to Mars. We could build high-speed connections that are more advanced than anything else in the world between our cities, so people have fast transport. It's possible to solve traffic with tunnels.
Right.
We've already made great progress in Vegas doing that, and just do things that are exciting and inspiring and make the future feel like it's better than the past.
Well, I saw what you did in Vegas, and I'll tell you, it was amazing. I got to see. I took a big glimpse at it, and it's incredible. It's incredible, and you could do that all over. You could do that all over. It's deep.
Yeah,
you don't even need much structure. Assuming you're in the right area.
No, it's straightforward.
It's amazing.
I think we could do some things that like China's got incredible high-speed rail between its cities, but I think it's actually possible with tunnels if with deregulation, with an ability to actually where it's legal to actually do the tunnels. Then you could have high-speed tunnels that are actually better than anything else in the world for high-speed transport.
I'm for it,
between
baby.
cities.
Let's go.
And that would be something that Americans can say, "Wow, okay, we've got something that's cooler than
rather have 100
anyone
billion
else in
here
the world." That's
than in Ukraine.
That's the kind of thing that makes you proud to be an American.
And much safer than surface trains, where there is a danger there. With people, with crazy people, it's much safer, much better.
This is
and
great.
It's sad
it's like
because I've seen
two bros
some of the
talking.
greatest trains. I find it fascinating. And I've seen the systems and how they work, and the bullet trains, they call them, I guess. And they go unbelievably fast, unbelievably comfortable, with no problems. And we don't have anything like that in this country, not even close. And it doesn't make sense that we don't. Doesn't make sense.
Yeah, and I think also like there's, I'm kind of hopping on the excess regulation, but I think something that that I think people can generally understand is that what happens with laws and regulations is that there's more and more of them every year, and unless there's a process to clean them up, eventually everything becomes
You're right.
illegal, and that actually it slows down the development of new technologies. I mean, if you take the sort of like I think there's room for some reform at the FDA for improving the speed with which we approve drugs that could help save lives and improve people's lives. And
I worked very
and,
hard
and
on that.
you know,
We got that
yeah,
down to the lowest number ever, and we got therapeutics approved in the FDA that people can't even believe the speed. But I took them on. I don't think they like me too much, but I got things approved in the FDA at numbers that they wouldn't believe. And it's a very bureaucratic group. Actually, it's a fine group of people in many cases. I got to know a lot of them, but I was pushing them really hard for Regeneron, for so many different things that were really pretty amazing. But the FDA takes too long. It's 12 years to get a product approved. I got it down to 4, and I got some things done very quickly. But it's really something that is going to have to be worked on because it takes too long. Just takes too long.
yeah. It just takes too long, and it's you end up in the same with the approval, but it's just it takes years instead of something that I think could potentially take
Yeah.
months. That improves people's lives. I
Yeah.
think I just wanted to sort of hop on this point that like there has to be an active process for reducing
Yes,
rules and
cut,
regulations, because otherwise they just keep building up every year, and
Yep.
you get like hardening of the arteries, and
yes.
eventually everything's illegal
Calcified
or
government.
takes forever, and then we just we just ossify as a society. We can't make any progress, and that's it's a really big
Well,
deal.
Elon, just
So
getting back to the FDA for 1 second, I got something done called Right to Try. This is where you can go in, and if you're terminally ill, you can use a space age, medicine or whatever it may be. We have the best doctors, the best labs in the world. We really do. But people would go to other countries because you couldn't use the product, even if they thought it worked, because it's going through the FDA. I got it approved
yeah,
where you can,
yeah,
you basically, look, nobody wanted, the doctors didn't want it because of the liability. The country didn't want it, our country, because they didn't want to get sued. These are people terminally ill. The insurance companies didn't want it, and the pharmaceutical companies, nobody wanted it. I got everybody into a room, and we came up with an agreement that you won't get sued. And also, they didn't want it on their record. If somebody's terminally ill and they die after taking a drug, they didn't want that on their record. So we set a separate list. If somebody was, so it wouldn't count as a negative.
yeah,
Okay. And as you know, we got it
yeah,
done. We have saved Right to Try. They've been trying to get this done for 58
yeah,
years. And it sounds simple, but it wasn't, because the insurance companies, nobody wanted it, but we got it done.
sure,
You sign a document that you're not going to sue the insurance companies, the country, you're not going to sue anybody. And we got it done. And we're saving tens of thousands of lives. Right to Try. Hopefully you never need it. But
Yep.
if you
yeah,
do, you don't have to travel to Asia. People,
right,
if they had money, they go to
yeah,
Asia, they go
sure,
to Europe. If they don't have money, they go home and die. That's what happened. They'd go home and
yeah.
die.
Well, I mean, and actually, to give Europe some props here, it's like if a drug is approved in Europe, which has a crazy amount of regulations, it should obviously be approved in the
Right.
U.S.
Yeah.
I mean, they got more regulations than we do. So why would a drug be approved in Europe and not in the U.S.? That's crazy.
Well, we did it. We did
Um,
something that really, they've been trying to do it for 50 years, and they just couldn't get it done, and I got it done. And it's really something. But you're right. Some people go to Europe because a drug isn't approved here, but it's approved in Europe, and it's a drug that, generally speaking, would
yeah,
work. It's pretty crazy. You're
absolutely.
right.
And I think so, as long as people are properly informed of the pros and cons, and like these are the risks, this is the risk, and like you make your own decision.
Yeah.
Yeah.
That makes sense.
Why should
Well,
some
I think
bureaucrat
just,
tell you no?
in sort of closing up, and by the way, I'm looking at the numbers. You get a lot of people listening
Heck yeah,
I hope
baby.
you don't get nervous because you got a lot of people listening to you right now, like 60 million or something. What is that number? It's crazy. It's amazing how you can see that right away. How many? What is the number? Wow. What is it?
Well,
Wow.
I think in
Wow,
terms of people
that's bigger than you said. You said 25 and you're much more than double that number, 25 million. I think you're going to be 60 or 70. And I guess over a period of time, hey, I congratulate you.
Yeah, big
Do I get
numbers.
paid for this or not?
No.
Well, I
gotta
think
get
actually there's
monetized
a number
first.
of people that will hear this conversation over the next few days to
Right.
weeks.
Yeah, millions,
It's going to be
hundreds.
That's what they say.
Hundreds of
Yeah,
millions.
that's good. Well, look, it's an honor. I just asked this: are you better off now, or were you better off when I was president? Nobody's better off now. People, we put out polls on that, and nobody's better off now. Inflation has killed it, and they also feel very unsafe. You look at what's going on with a lot of different things. You look at the riots we had at the colleges over. I mean, it's ridiculous, but all of the riots, they just feel unsafe. And now they really feel unsafe because you have a new form of crime. It's called migrant crime. I call it Biden migrant crime. Maybe I'll call it Kamala migrant crime. But
I mean, with all these things, I always try to get to the ground truth by just asking people. And my mom lives in New York, and I was like, Mom, have any of your friends, been attacked or assaulted? And she said, yeah, 3 of her friends in 3 separate incidents were assaulted just in recent months, just walking around the streets of New York. And I said, well, what happened to the people that assaulted them? Oh, nothing. They got away. And they just know
they
that
always get away.
nothing's going. And they don't even bother reporting it because they know that they're not going to, people are not going to get prosecuted. They just let violent criminals out in New York.
The only one that gets
zero
prosecuted is Donald Trump. They prosecute Trump.
Yeah, I mean
or the guy who tries to stop the motor on the subway.
Violent criminals are getting off scot-free, and meanwhile the New York spending massive resources prosecuting you, and it's like what's this and I think the sort of sensible public looks at this and says, what the heck's going on here? This is obviously abuse of the legal system. The legal system is supposed to be protecting the public from violent criminals, and it should be obviously allowing the public to make their own decision about who should be president, as opposed to some legal case.
Once they start this precedent, because this can go on with the next one. I mean, this is a very bad precedent what they're doing in terms of going after their political opponent, and that's all it is. It's going after their political opponent, and then you get a judge who's a strong Democrat, and I'm being nice when I say that. In many cases, crooked as hell. But you get a judge, and you go into an area where a Republican gets 3 or 4% of the vote, and you'll have a jury pool with people that hate Republicans or hate. It could also be the other way, though, because it could start the other way in areas where they hate Democrats, and you get into a Pandora's box. It's a very dangerous thing for
we're ready for that
this
to happen.
country, and a very dangerous thing even for the state. New York City is losing. New York City and state lose a lot of business over what they did to me, because these people say, we don't want that to happen to us. That's no justice system. You have an unfair system of justice, and it's costing New York State a tremendous amount of money. People are leaving and companies are leaving, and they won't come back. So, all of that stuff is important. But the economy now is the big thing, and we can turn that economy up so fast, and people are going to be back again. We're going to get rid of inflation.
I think there's a lot of opportunity.
Right. Absolutely.
So,
and I just want to congratulate you. You've done an amazing job. You have definitely got a fertile mind.
That's for sure.
Can talk. You and I can talk about rockets.
It's kind of you to say. Thank you.
Tunnels. We can talk about tunnels and rockets and electric cars. So many things. And now you're into the AI, and that's going to be another beauty, I'll say. So it's an amazing thing you've done, Elon. It's an amazing thing, and I congratulate you.
I mean, thank you. And I just say here, here's to an exciting, inspiring future that people can look forward to and be optimistic and excited about what happens next. And that's the kind of future that I think you will bring as president, and that's why I endorse you.
Well, I appreciate that. That endorsement meant a lot to me. Not all endorsements mean that much, to be honest. Your endorsement meant a lot. And, we have a phrase, make America great again. It's pretty simple, but it really says that we want to make America great again. And we can do it. We can do it now. But if we were going to suffer another 4 years like we've suffered for the last 4 years, I'm not sure the country can ever come back. That's how bad it is. It's so bad. We have to do a lot of things.
I think that's a very real risk.
Yeah, it's a big risk.
That's a very real risk.
Yep.
And it's, I'd just like to note to people listening, like I've not been very political before, and if you look at my record, I've actually been. I'm not like sometimes they try to paint me as like a far right guy, which is absurd because I'm like making electric vehicles and solar and batteries helping the environment, and I actually
they don't care about that.
I supported Obama. I stood in line for 6 hours to shake Obama's hand when he was running for president, and so it's not like I'm like some sort of dyed-in-the-wool long-term Republican. I'd call myself, historically a moderate Democrat, but now I feel like we're really at a critical juncture for the country, and I think a lot of people thought the Biden administration would be a moderate administration, but it's not, and obviously we're just going to see an even further left administration with Kamala. That's my honest opinion. I mean, her dad is literally. She was brought up as an actual. Her dad is a Marxist economist. You can Google it. I mean, it's not a. We're not making this up. That's how she was brought up. So, and we
She's a communist.
We want to have a future that is prosperous, and I think we're just at this critical juncture, and I think this is a case of the America is kind of at a fork in the road, and
true.
And I think it will take if the path to, like you are the path to prosperity, and I think Kamala is the opposite. Then that's my honest opinion. I'm gonna get attacked like crazy, and I've also experienced quite a bit of lawfare myself.
Yeah, no kidding.
And but I'm just trying to tell people my honest opinion, and I haven't been really active in politics before. And I'm just trying to point out that my track record historically has been moderate, if not moderate, slightly left. And so this is to people out there who are in the moderate camp to say, I think you should support Donald Trump for president. And I think it's actually a very important junction in the road, and we're in deep trouble if it goes the other way.
Well, I want to thank you. And, I actually always did think of you as somewhat left. I must say that. So it's even more of an honor to have your endorsement. I know how strong you feel about it. But, when you think of her, San Francisco, 15 years ago, I had a great friend, Bob Tisch. He said it's the greatest city in America. And now it's almost not livable there. And California likewise. And she was involved in the destruction of San Francisco and the destruction of California. And she will be involved in the destruction of our country if people are so unwise as to elect her. And I hope that doesn't happen. And I hope the elections are going to be run honestly. And we're going to turn this country around. We're going to do things and we can do it fairly quickly. And we have to get rid of the criminals that have been, given to us by other countries as they laugh. They laugh at us. They think we're stupid to accept these people. These are radical, stone cold killers in many cases and terrorists. And they're in our country by the hundreds of thousands.
Yeah.
And we have to take them out.
Yeah. I mean, if I could summarize it, perhaps, I think these are issues that I think most people in America would agree with, which is that we want safe and clean cities, we want secure borders, we want sensible government spending.
Yes.
We want to restore both the perception and reality of respect in the judicial system.
Yes.
Stop the lawfare, and I think that's like. And how are those even right-wing positions? I think those are that's just common sense, and that's. I mean, would you agree with that?
100%. I don't understand, the whole, they call it progressive. They don't like the word liberal anymore, but call it liberal or progressive. I don't understand how somebody could say that it's okay for them to empty prisons into our country. And again, I told you, their crime rates all over the world are going way down, which makes sense. In fact, the next time what we'll do is if something happens with this election, which would be a horror show, we'll meet the next time in Venezuela because it'll be a far safer place to meet than our country. Okay, so we'll go. You and I will go, and we'll have a meeting and dinner in Venezuela because that's what's happening. Their crime rate's coming down, and our crime rate's going through the roof. And it's so simple. And you haven't seen anything yet because these people have come into our country and they're just getting acclimated. And they don't know about being politically correct law enforcement or lack of law enforcement. And our police, I have to just end with this. We have great police. We have great law enforcement, but they're not allowed to do their job. They have to be able to do their job without being destroyed.
Well, absolutely, and it's obviously demoralizing if you're a police officer risking your life to arrest
Right. Why would you
violent
work
criminals
why would
who
you
could
work
kill
in
you
San
and do kill you
Francisco
sometimes.
or Oakland?
And then you arrest the violent criminal, and then the DA doesn't prosecute and that's let the guy out.
Yeah.
Well, then
would you
why
do
should a
it?
police officer risk their life to arrest a violent felon?
Well, even worse,
if
Elon,
nothing's going to happen.
even worse, they prosecute the police officer. They go after it and they prosecute the police officer and they take away his pension.
Right.
They take away his
Yeah.
job. He loses his family. He
Defund the
loses
police,
his house.
racist.
Well, I thought it was very telling, like incredibly telling, that when there was that case where
Derek Chauvin.
sort of a gang of thugs beat up police officers. I think it was in Times
Yep.
Square in New York.
Oh yeah, recently.
And then nothing happened to those guys.
Nope.
They were let out, zero bail, and I think a bunch of them were given free
Alvin
tickets
Bragg.
to California.
Thank you, Alvin
Well,
Bragg.
what is I mean, that is a gross indignity against the United States, and that's how, I mean, this is insane. Like, have we lost all pride? How
Yeah.
can such a thing be allowed to occur?
I've never seen anything. We see where they get shot. It's a very dangerous profession, but it's something they're very proud of, and they want to be able to do their job. But I've seen them get shot. I've seen a lot of things. But I've never seen where these guys are standing in the middle of a big street, everybody watching them, and they're literally boxing, like punching, stand-up fighting a police officer. There were two of them, and you
Yeah.
had about six
Yeah,
of these
yeah.
guys, and they're punching the hell out of them. And in their own country, they would be dead if they did that. They'd be shot.
Yes.
They would be shot instantly.
Not in America.
And they come from these countries, and it's taking them a while to realize that we don't do that in this country. But in their own country,
Yeah.
if they stood on a street and had a fight with a police officer, they would be shot. There's no political correctness, and it's such a sad.
Yeah,
It's such a sad thing to see, and that's the reason you have crime, by the way, because we don't do anything about it.
Yeah, we just cannot have a situation where our police officers are beaten up on camera by a gang of illegal immigrants, and then nothing happens to the guys that beat up the cops. I mean, and they're let out. This is unacceptable.
Well, we're going to change it, and we're going to get them out of the country. When I first got involved, they said you couldn't get them back to these countries. You couldn't take them back. In the case of Guatemala, Honduras, El Salvador, some others, you couldn't get them back. And I said, really? Oh, you can't get them back? Because under Obama, he couldn't get them back. They'd fly them in, and they'd put planes on the runways in these countries so you couldn't land the plane. They'd bring them back. And the generals told me, sir, we can't bring them back. The countries won't accept MS-13 gang members. They won't accept them. And I said, really, how much do we pay these various countries in terms of economic aid, which is also somewhat ridiculous? And the answer was $750 million. I said, good. Tell them they're in default. They're delinquent. We're not paying them anymore because they won't accept it. And you know what happened? They all called me, every one of them. They said, we would be honored to take them back, sir.
Of course.
It was so easy. But it's one of those things. And we got them back. We took in so many. The MS-13 is probably the worst gangs in the world. They're the most vicious, violent. We took them out of here by the thousands and got them out of here. And their countries took them back. And because I said, you're not getting any more economic aid. And once I said that, they were nice. They wouldn't take them back for Obama. They wouldn't take them back for anybody. And now we have a problem because we have this guy, and they don't take him back anymore with Biden because they don't respect him.
Yeah. It's just gotta be done. We just can't have whether they're citizens or not citizens. We can't have, because they won't prosecute citizens either, not just illegals. So if it's, you can't have violent, repeat violent offenders that are not that don't get incarcerated.
That's right.
Because they will obviously, by definition, continue to hurt people. And I think where part of this comes from is that there's and I do sort of consider myself liberal in some ways. I mean, it's just that you want to have empathy for
Right.
people. Obviously, you want to have empathy for people. I
Sure.
totally agree with that. You want to have empathy, but you also have to have empathy for the victims of the criminals. And if you just have empathy for the criminals, it's actually shallow empathy. It's not real. You're not thinking. You're not.
Right.
You have one layer deep empathy. You got to say, like, what if you don't incarcerate this person? Who are they going to hurt? Who are they might kill someone, they might rape someone. If you don't incarcerate them, you have to have empathy for the victims. And there's a lack of empathy for the victims of the criminals and too much empathy for the criminals. It doesn't
Right.
make sense.
It doesn't make
That's
sense.
why you want to have deep empathy for society as a whole, not shallow empathy
Right.
for criminals.
And we have to give our police officers the dignity and the respect that they deserve. And we have to let them do their job. They can do a great job, but we have to let them do their job. And if we don't do that, it's going to all disappear. There's never been a society like this where you're allowed to do anything you want and nothing happens. And I'm
All the
talking about
time.
violent crime. And it's going to get more violent because these are really, really violent people. And we're going to get them out of our country and we're going to get them back to because they were sent here by the presidents and by the various people that run those countries. And I know every one of those guys. And they're smart people and they're streetwise people. And they really think that the USA is stupid. They think we're run by stupid people, and they happen to be right. But when I was
Exporting
there,
their
we had
criminal
no
elements.
problem. We got them out. We took out thousands of MS-13 gang members. We brought them back. And now, again, it's the same old story. We don't do it. And they actually gave them a big increase in aid. They raised it up to billions of dollars, and they get nothing for it. So, I hope everybody's going to vote for Trump, and we're going to get this country straight.
Yeah.
And I didn't need this. I'm like you. I didn't need this. I had a very nice
Yeah.
life. I didn't need to go through
Yeah.
court systems and go through all the other stuff and run at the
Sure.
same time. I have to run. I have to go through fake trials with, in some cases, corrupt judges, totally corrupt judges. I didn't need it. I had a nice life. I have great locations. I have beautiful oceans that I have places. But I felt it was important. And if I had to do it over again, you probably think I'm crazy for doing it, actually. But if I had to do it over again, I would have done it over again because this is so much more important than me or my life. We're going to save this country. This country is going down.
Let's go,
And
Trump.
these people are bad people that we're running against, and they're liars. They make statements. They do
liars.
things that are so bad. They say they're going to make a strong border. They say they've been great on the border, and they've been the worst in history. They say they're going to stop
It's horrible.
crime.
Like the facts speak for themselves. The
It's so
facts
incredible.
speak for themselves. Like it's gotten to the point where people just don't even bother reporting crime in a lot of
That's
cities
right.
because they know nothing is going to happen. That's what I hear anecdotally from people all the time. So it's just my values. I'm just saying to people out there, like the things I think are important for the future is like we've got to have safe cities, we've got to have secure borders, we've got to have sensible spending, and we've got to have deregulation, and so we can have a
Pretty
prosperous
simple.
future. And then we want to have some exciting, sort of moonshot projects that people can get fired up about, and that's the future I'm looking for. And I'm pro environment, but I'm not against. I'm not like I don't think we should vilify the oil and gas industry because they're keeping civilization going right now, and but I do think we want to move a reasonable speed towards a sustainable energy economy. Those are my values, and I think and so I mean that's why I'm supporting you for president.
Well, I appreciate it. We're going to give incentive to companies to come into our country, not to leave our country. We're going to be giving tremendous incentives. We want companies to build here, not to build in other locations. And we want to create jobs. And again, it's about the American dream. You don't hear about the American dream anymore, Elon. You don't hear. You're the American dream in the truest sense. But you don't hear about the American dream anymore. And you're going to hear about it people, they need that incentive to go out and do it. And they're going to love their lives. I mean, they're going to look forward to getting up in the morning and going to a job that they love, not a job that they can't stand, or not any job at all where they have no money, where they literally have no money, and then they end up with violence and lots of other problems. No, we're going to do some great things. And I learned a lot in the first. We had a great economy and all of that. We rebuilt the military. We did so much, but I also learned the best people. I learned the good people, the smart people, the dumb people, the people that can do things. The people, you learn. When I first came in, I tell people I was in Washington, D.C. only 17 times, according to the fake news media. I was in 17 times. I never stayed over. And you don't know people. You rely on other people to give you names, and then you realize the people you relied on weren't so good. Now, we had great people, but we also had some where I wouldn't have, used them had I known. Now I know everybody. And I think we're going to really turn things around fast. We have no choice. Otherwise, we're not going to have a country. And I really appreciate this. To me, it's been a lot of fun being with you.
Heck
You're an amazing guy. You've done an incredible job and a great inspiration to people, a great inspiration. And I hope you keep going and just continue to do well. And we're going to have a big election coming up. And I think November 5th will be the most important day in the history of our country. I think that election will be the most important election. And I think it'll end up being maybe the most important day in the history of our country, because if we don't win, I just feel so sorry for everybody.
No, I think we're at a fork in the road of destiny of civilization.
Yep.
And I think we need to take the right path, and I think you're the right path. So I think that's what it comes down to.
Thank you very much, Elon. It's a great honor, and we'll do it again sometime. And it's been really fun, and I hope you got a lot of viewers. I hear you got a lot.
We got a lot.
I hope you got a lot. I know you got a lot of them. So I appreciate it. I'll see you soon.
All right, sounds good. Thank you.
Thank you, Elon. Thank you very much. Bye.
Amazing. Let's see if there's any sign off from Elon. I think that's the game. And my friends, we just went through an epic conversation. I don't know that we'll have anything quite like that ever again. It was between two obviously very accomplished individuals, and it didn't feel like anything else we've ever seen before. We see a lot of these interviews with journalists who try to make a point, right? Oftentimes the interviews are about the journalist or about the points they made. They're all looking for sound bites and clips. This was about 2 hours plus of just two bros talking policy. And I thought it was excellent, honestly. I thought it was something that I wasn't sure what to expect exactly. But it reminds me of the things we think about, like the Lincoln-Douglas debates, right? Where two guys would just sit around for a couple hours and have a long conversation about policy. This wasn't necessarily adversarial, but it was two people sharing ideas. It was Elon having an opportunity to tell Trump what matters to him. Trump listened to it. And I just can't envision another conversation like this happening between any other politician and Elon in America. Even Ron DeSantis, as much as we like Ron DeSantis here, the conversation was not quite like that. It was a lot more like a politician. Say what you will about Trump. He's authentic. He's real. He acts like Trump all the time. And he's very capable about talking policy for 2 hours late at night with Elon Musk, arguably the smartest dude on the planet. They're able to go through this unscripted. We saw the photographs as this was going on of Trump just sitting there with his phone, groom of advisors around him, but having a conversation off the cuff. It wasn't a moment where people can be holding up teleprompters or cue cards. Okay. He's just speaking from his heart. And he talked about a lot of things that are incredibly important to us. Obviously, the assassination came up. Immigration came up. A lot of border stuff. We talked about regulations like crazy. We talked about nuclear war, nuclear power. Speak softly and carry a big stick is something that I wrote down because it reminded me of Teddy Roosevelt saying we need fear. People need to respect America and fear America's power if they stab America in the back by exporting their criminal elements of their society to our country. We don't need to play nice with you and give you tons of money. We don't need to protect your borders overseas when we can't even protect our own borders. All of this, I think, was excellent to hear, unscripted. Now, the usual suspects out there on the left will say, this is insane, this is crazy, it's 2 hours. It's not like their cookie cutter format. They want Kamala and Obama to come out and read from a teleprompter. To them, that's good politics. And for their people, apparently they love that. They just want more nonsense written on a teleprompter by somebody else read through Kamala's mouth. Well, we're not interested in that. We want actual policy and thought-provoking discussion, and Trump led that very well. No way Kamala could ever last 30 minutes like this with anybody. 2 hours. Elon, I thought, did a great job. And Elon, we have to say, has really seized this entire game. As big a win as this was for Trump, this is a big win for Elon. Elon has faced a lot of attacks, obviously, for trying to bring these conversations to us. Trump was banned from X. After J6, they tried to censor him. They threw him off all of the platforms everywhere, and now Trump is talking to millions of people. We saw the numbers at the bottom. Those were concurrent views. 1.1 million concurrent were a lot. That's a lot of concurrent viewers at the same time. So people will be watching this for a long time to follow. But let's not forget, okay, the billionaires want access, they want influence. That's exactly why Jeff Bezos bought the Washington Post, which is failing. So he could have influence over Washington. And Bezos is losing his influence, right? This is a real conversation between Elon and Trump. Bezos goes and he tries to gobble up a bunch of people who are fake journalists who write propaganda all the time. Okay, Elon is now having access to Trump. I'm really glad to have him on our side, right? And the billionaires on the other side can keep just funneling money to fake actors and astroturfed campaigns. Same thing with Zuckerberg, right? They all want to gobble up power and have access to power. Elon is doing it, but he's doing it in the name of free speech. He's having conversations that are real and authentic that we're not having anywhere else. They're not having a conversation like this on Fox News or anywhere. It's happening on X. It's happening with Elon. We're grateful for it. Lots of people got to hear this, raw, unfiltered. And we'd like to see more of it. Honestly, we should have a lot more of this type of stuff. Not Dana Bash trying to bring up J.D. Vance's 4-year-old statements that are meaningless. Conversations with candidates about real, authentic things. And we got that tonight. So it was a big win for Trump. He showed up, sat for 2 hours plus, was able to talk about everything. Big win for Elon and a big win for us. A big win for the American people, the people of the world, all across the fruited plain of the interwebs. Because we want to be involved in the process. We want to hear from the candidates and have actual conversations about this. We do not want to see Democratic and to be honest with you, I would love to see Kamala Harris sit down and do that. I would love to see that. She won't, because she can't. And we, the American people, deserve that. We deserve actual access and transparency and accountability from our politicians. We were able to see that tonight. So it was a big win. I thought Trump sounded good, be able to go for 2.5 hours, delivering a whole widespread array of policy topics that were discussed tonight. Very, very nice to see. We should see more of this from other politicians. Trump's leading the way. J.D. Vance sat for 3 interviews on the Sunday shows. We should see more of that. I'd like to see more of it from everybody. And if Kamala is so competent, she should do it too. And her people should sit down for interviews as well. But they can't do it. Even Tim Walz, he made a video, I'm not going to play it here tonight, said that when he got selected, they gave him a written script that he didn't write, that somebody else wrote for him, a teleprompter speech that he said I've never used in my life. They just put it up there and he went and read it. That's it. Let's have them actually talk impromptu to someone, anyone, even make it a friendly person. You could even put Kamala up there with anybody. Pick somebody on the left. Anybody, I don't care. Have 2 hours of conversation with Kamala. Think that would ever happen? With George Stephanopoulos? No. Put it with Rachel Maddow. I don't care. Have a 2-hour conversation with Rachel Maddow and Kamala Harris. No. Never happen. It will never happen. Because she's not a substantive person. She cannot do that. She can't stand behind her ideas at all. She would fail. That's pathetic. And the left, the Democrats, will sit around and they'll quibble with Trump. They'll sit around, oh, he said this or he said that. And that was so detrimental or devastating. But he's a substantive person who has an actual personality and persona behind him. And I think that the Democrats are going to be freaking out about this. In fact, here's some reaction already. Apparently, Kamala's team sent an email out while Trump was still speaking. Here's from Trump War Room. They report, President Trump has been speaking for over an hour to over 1 million people about his winning agenda for the American people. Kamala is big mad about this as she refuses to speak to the media, refuses to do an interview or even explain what platform she's running on. So here's what they sent. They said, right now, Elon Musk is interviewing Donald Trump live on Twitter. We're not calling it X, which is really inappropriate, actually, because that's how it identifies. Twitter identifies as X. You bigoted freaks. It's not enough that Musk has pledged to donate millions to re-elect Trump, just like the lefties do to you guys. He's using his purchase platform, one of the largest in the world, to spread unhinged and hateful agenda to millions of users. So they want Elon taken out. Give us $25. Otherwise, let us remind you why it's a big deal. The richest person in the world is a lackey for Team MAGA. That's good. We're glad to have that. Musk already ruined Twitter by allowing hate speech and disinformation. Now Musk is using this to try to control our democracy. Oh, they're big mad out there. They are big mad. Oh, what are you guys so upset over there? What are you so upset? They didn't even finish it and you're already sending fundraising requests? Pathetic. Hey, you know what? I'm sure Elon would have a conversation with you if you guys reached out. I'm sure he would. Would you be willing to offer that? You should try. You should offer it and see. Or go on Rachel Maddow's show, okay? I don't care. Go on any show for 2 hours, Kamala. Pick a show, any show. No one cares. Just have a conversation. You can't do it. All right, so let's see what you guys say about it, my friends. Thanks for joining us. I know it's been an extra late night here, but I had a ton of fun going through this. I think it was an epic night, 10 out of 10. A ton of fun. We got to see Trump in a different element, in a different environment. I really enjoyed not seeing it on cable TV with the usual suspects there. And we had a different conversation. That was a ton of fun. And so let's see what you say about this. Let's see if Trump posted anything. He is just reposting this stuff. Yep, his same video is up there. All right, and so let's see what you say about it, my friends. I saw some amazing donos come in. Thank you so much for sending these in. Jeffrey Adams, what's up, Jeffrey Adams, says, listen to me now, hear me later, from Jeffrey Adams. What's up? And Rick brought in 50 more membos. Rick, you're the man. That's 100 membos today, courtesy of Rick. Bringing in Dean Marchesi. We got David D. We got Gary Bain in the house. E. Poindexter. Just Call Me Jay. OG Bosgal in the house. Soft Gray Dove. Heather Elliott. Matt NJ. Stan Lay. SoCal. Douglas D. One Crazy Redhead's here. Randall Wright. Narsos. Daniela. Nurple. Did we get these? Don Shell. I think we got these. I think we got those. Thank you for that one, though, coming in. My apologies. I think this was the new one. Is this the new one? Jewel, Rick, another one. Jewel, Microponics, Noah Hastings, Mama Rose, Sentinel, Silver Creek Mystic Treats. Oh, Emil, John Q. Smith, James C., King's Oath, Be Happy, Melissa M., Pamela C., Cygnus, TPJ, John W., Bernie L., Sean E., Becca G., Kevin B., The Quack Smacker, Just John, Drive for Your Life, Chuck R., Heidi. We got Mike Bradley, Lady Stardust, Kimberly A., Venus Gonzalez, Janine Shores, Dan Blakesley, Thad the Man 3, Dan F, Truth Seeker, MSM Rocket Softball, Desert Pirate, Randy K, George S, JEB, Mama Patriot, Madam Patriot, Stevie O'Ta, Angel Jacquez, Lawrence, John Sparrow, Timothy Crystal, William Shue, Contrarian Barbarian, Kenneth Wood, and Kimmy, Y Censored. Woo! Woo! All in the house, courtesy of Rick, man. Rick, thanks for that, brother. 100 membos in the house, courtesy of Rick. Rick, you're the man. Thanks for bringing them in on the day. And new membos, we're going to see right back here in the early in the morning. Like 13 hours from now, we'll be live again. What's up? Thank you, Rick, for doing that. John Libby says, thanks, Rob. Hope your wife is cool with a long stream. We love it. I'm sure my future wife is cool with that. I'm sure she's cool. What's up? Box Lane Production says, for anyone still unsure, it's a compressor limiter on the mic, keeping the high pops and the low levels steady. You can hear the digital noise from it. Yeah, I saw some people saying some stuff about Trump's audio, but it sounded fine and normal to me. But maybe it's, you know, it's being compressed from Trump's mic into his phone. Then Elon's compressing the hell out of it for 1 million people. Then it comes to me. Then we get it. Then I compress it. Then I send it into you. And your phone's translating it into your earbuds. So it's like multiple things. But I thought he sounded fine, actually. Hey, what's up, Box Lane? Jennifer, what's up, says Voice of the People has a document on all this. I'm sure he does. The man's got the documents. What's up, Shadow X Band? 6 months as a membo, 2/3 of the way to a baby. Thank you, Shadow X. Hey, what's up, Acid Burn? From that movie. Says, Rob, I'm watching live on X and you. Keep up great work. Thank you, Acid Burn. Appreciate that one. V is Never Silent on Locals says, thanks again, Rob. Thank you, V is Never Silent. Thanks for joining us on the night. B Torn says, yeah, Elon wanted a conversation. Trump is having one. From the sound of it, Trump has been having a conversation at all his rallies and nobody realized it. Yeah, he's got this stream of consciousness. He just kind of just talks. And that's excellent. That's how we understand how a person thinks, is by hearing them share their ideas. You don't just have somebody read the same speech over and over from a teleprompter. The Rubos in the house says, this is a first epic job interview live streamed, historic. It was. I thought it was really incredible, really incredible. And I'd like to see a lot more of it. Good to see you, the Rubos. You know them, rubossaltshop.com. Says President Donald J. Trump, Elon, you're hired. I wish you would have just said that. Yeah, that'd have been a good line. Yeah, you're hired. Yeah, okay. Agatha, what's up, Agatha? Thank you. Thanks for sending that in, Agatha Kaya in the house. Appreciate that one. Nice pair. Looks like you got some exercise on with a nice thank you. Thank you, Agatha. We got Sandy, membo for 2 months. Thank you, Sandy. Says, thanks for streaming this, Rob. Thank you, Sandy, for joining us. Had a lot of fun tonight with you guys. Gloria, what's up? Gloria T. Thank you for the nice dono. No comment on it, but Gloria, thanks for supporting us on this lovely night. Michael Manson, 17 months as a membo, almost 2 full babies. Says, I would have solar panels if I could afford them. Yeah, it's a good question. And I think eventually they'll come down in price. And I don't know if government regulation has anything to do with that, but I think that they'll come down in price. Elon's working on it too. Box Lane says, nuclear energy in space is coming soon-ish, but you need reusable rockets that can carry a load of about 100 people and land back down on Earth again. I don't know if Elon's biggest rocket can do 100 people yet, but maybe one day. Thanks, Box Lane. We got Chubby says, sounds like Trump is wearing something like a retainer. You know they're going to use this as an attack tomorrow. They'll claim he's slurring his speech and that it's a sign of decline or something. It could even be something as simple as whitening strips, but they'll twist it for sure. Yeah, I don't know. I didn't hear it exactly, but I did hear other people say they heard it. So I wonder if, you know, I have this in my earphones, like, so I'm going to listen to the stream afterwards and see if he sounded differently, but yeah, audio can be weird. Audio can be weird. What's up, Sly? I'm out. Sly Sandy, I'm out. Good night. Good night, Sly. Hope you have a beautiful rest tonight. Tyler, membo for 6 months, says, Elon's mind ain't the only fertile thing he's got. Is that because he has a lot of kids? Is that what that comment's about? Hey, Sedona rocks in the house. Sedona does rock. It's beautiful. Became a supporter over on the Rumbles. Thank you, Sedona Rocks, for supporting us on Rumble, which we appreciate. Glad to have you there on Rumble. We got this one from Debbie Kennedy. What's up, Debbie? Thanks for becoming a supporter. Grab those member-only streams. We got Elf. What's up? ELF. Thank you for this nice one. Says, thank you, Robert, and the mods. Great show. Great hat, as usual. Thank you, Elf, for the nice dono. We got the best mods in the house. We just say thank you to the mods in the house. We got K-Bean. I see Playing Hookies in the house. I think I saw Zulu earlier. Who else we got cooking? I know Donut's in the house. What's up, Donut? Mind me's modding for us. Playing Hooky. I know we got our friends on Rumble. Who's Mon the Fort over there? We got Donut and who else is over there? Let's see. I'll remember who they are. ELF is in the house. Good to have you, ELF. Thank you, and shout out to our mods. I know Donut's over there on Rumble. We got Tyler says, thanks, Rob, for making it easy for us to catch this fantastic convo and without having to deal with X shenanigans. This community is truly the best. Love you all. There's no doubt about that. It is the best community on the entire internet, okay? And you can tell other communities I said that, all right? We have the best one here. All right, so what's up? Thank you for that, Tyler. Great to have you here. We got this one from Tree Climber says, 5 membos. What's up? LCVB, Robin Lane, CJ Calloway's here, Brutally Honest is here, and Hefzibah, all in the house, courtesy of Tree Climber. What's up? Tyler says, the membership gifters really are the best. I know, it's great. And yeah, it's great because we do a lot for membos. We do membo streams on the mornings and on Saturdays. It's great. We love our membos. Hey, what's up, Agatha? Agatha, thanks for this. Bringing in 5 more. Sherry Alba, Jamie Rhodes, Bruce Schreiber, Kerry Crawford, and just another Oglesby in the house, brought in his membos, courtesy of Agatha. Thank you, Agatha, for bringing in so many membos tonight. We got NY says, for a 78-year-old, he can talk and talk and talk. He's fine. I challenge anyone else to talk for that long on those topics. Yeah, it's a lot. It's a lot. Trump just did a 2-hour live stream. It's a lot. We do them often here. What's up, Kathy? Good to see you, Kathy. Thanks for sending in a dono. First super chat on a live stream. We're grateful to be your first here. Cliff Norman on Local says, 2 people who have signed the front of checks actually created jobs, value, and are builders. Amazing. I totally agree. It's like, I just like listening. I like listening to how Elon talks and thinks in general. Just I'm curious about the dude. And to hear them both talk has just been wild. The opposing team cannot sit on their bench. Kamala and Biden are political moochers. They're not builders. These are the people who understand the economy and business. And I saw this is a great comment, Cliff. I don't have it handy. But I saw a timeline, a color-coded timeline. Put Trump's life on a timeline. Put the time that he's in the private sector in green, the time he's in the government office is blue, whatever. It's mostly private sector color. Do the same thing with Kamala and Tim Walz. What color is it? All disgusting government bureaucracy color. Disgusting. Because that's what they've been doing their entire lives. They've never run private businesses or had to make a payroll or anything. They don't know anything about the truth about how most of this country operates. And they're going to tell us how to do, how to govern ourselves. Thanks, Cliff, for that one. Amber, what's up, Amber? Became a membo. Thank you, Amber. Amber Talon became a membo over on the shout out on YouTube. Thank you, Amber. Great to see you. Really appreciate your support on this. We got Via's Never Silent says, you should check the viewership on the rerun on X tomorrow morning. Yeah, and by the way, I was looking at the lives. Like Tim Pool had 50,000 people. I think Benny Johnson had 50,000 people. Everybody's just, it was a home run tonight. This was epic. It was millions and millions of views. The left is going to be flipped tomorrow. Acid Burn says, you do such a great job, Rob. Thank you, Acid Burn. I can't take any credit for this, okay? It was all Trump and Elon. I did nothing. What's up, Radice says, future wife, we need to see her ring finger. Well, so Radice's, we haven't, no, there's been no formal proposals or anything like that, obviously, of course. I shouldn't say that. Not obviously or of course, but I think, you probably know is why I said that. I'd probably let you know that we were inching that way, probably. But we're not there yet. And Radice's been very helpful. He's working, Radice's helping us get $44 million for a new ring because I think it's the biggest diamond in the world. So we're going to go get that one naturally. Thank you, Radice. Hey, the Rubos. You know them. Say thank you, Rob. Thank you, Watching the Watchers family. We love spending this historic night with each of you and every one of you. Just awesome. Rob, you're the best. Thank you, the Rubos. Rubos, I think that's you. You said that prayer that got all the internet working. So thank you to the Rubos at rubosaltshop.com for helping us get the internet working. We're grateful for your prayers. I knew it was going to work. I said it was going to work, and it worked. Did you just say future wife? No, someone else said that. Okay, so that was someone else's comment. All right. but maybe one day. Rub some dirt on it. Says, it was worth the wait, Rob. Great work keeping this all together. It was worth the wait. I'm glad we waited, yeah. Did you doubt me? Did you think we were going to bail out? Not even for a second, my friends. We were going to sit here for another hour. All right. Unless it was clear that it started without us. Otherwise, we were going to get it tonight. What's up, Tara? Says, don't forget my X share. Love you all. We're going to hop over to X real quick as soon as we're done here. Luce the dog says, loved it when T said, illegal immigration saved my life. I know, that was incredible. It's true. Hey, what's up? Sergeant GPS says, much love for letting the interview play so we could listen. I know other creators would interrupt a ton, so it can be hard to follow along, but you've got the perfect balance. Thank you, Sergeant. Yeah, I'm cognizant of that. When I talk too much, everybody's mad at me. And then sometimes when I don't talk enough, Rob, hello, where the hell are you? This is your live stream talk. But I try to balance it. And tonight was good. I mean, they were on a tear. I didn't have to say much, so I just let them go. Thanks, Sergeant. Thanks for being here, brother. I appreciate it. It's a good compliment. Hey, Duck Fat. Duck Fat is here, new monthly supporter. Thank you, Duck Fat, for becoming a new monthly supporter. And we're grateful for our friends on Rumble. But if you really want to get some extra content, become a member on Locals if you're joining on Rumble. Because then you'll get some extra content. Locals right now, I mean, Rumble right now doesn't have a way for me to disambiguate, I don't think, members only for content. Their platform is basically Rumble. I'm sorry, Locals. This is one from Tree Climber. What's up, Tree Climber? Bring it in. Oh, this is Tree Climber. Oh, this is a gift for a Tree Climber. Look at that. Look at that. I like that. Thank you, Donut, for adding a little color to our donos. Tree Climber, 5 membos. Zemta's here. Joanne Miller. We got Kevin Hurrah, Betty Cracker, and Melissa Raber in the house, courtesy of Tree Climber in the house. Here's some more marriage advice. Rob, get the ring when you are ready and not a time before or after. See, it's okay. It's good advice. Thank you. We got a lot of work to do because we're going to get a $44 million ring. But every super chat counts towards that. So thanks for that. Hey, Real Recon Mike says, thanks for this, Rob, and everything you do. Listen to you twice a day, every day for the past 8 months. Man, Real Recon, keep up the good work, brother. That is such a nice, thank you for that, dude. Thank you for that compliment. I really appreciate that. I understand that. Like, I understand that relationship. I was very much the same way with Rush Limbaugh and, other people. So I appreciate that. We get to form a real nice connection and bond. And so I appreciate you saying that. I understand what you're saying. And thanks for being here, brother. I appreciate it. Thank you, Real Recon Mike in the house. James Butler says, thanks, Rob. This was epic and historic. You rock. It was, totally. I can't take any credit for it. All epicness and historicness go to Trump and Elon. Radice says, I'm not sure if that is the biggest spotlight or not, but was owned by Grace Kelly. We will keep this under our hat. All right, that's from Radice. I don't know really what that means exactly, but Radice is a sharp person helping us on our $44 million quest for the world's biggest diamond ring. All right, we got some great comments on the X. Let's see. We've got some great comments. Let's see. I was looking for one from Sandy Beach, I think. Thanks, Rob, for the great night. Was a real conversation, real people. I think that's what Elon brings to the table, a real conversation that everyone can listen to, not Kamala and not Mad Cow. John Moreno is sharing some stuff. What's up? M. Drummer, Kristen's in the house. Thank you, Cowsy. Good to see you, Irene Abbott. Says, don't you dare refresh. No, we didn't. We definitely didn't. Sharon is in the house. We got Elsa Hill. We got some great comments over here. Amanda Franklin. I'm looking for one that I'm not finding, but we have some good stuff over there. Sharon G. Don't fall for the QR code scams. This is a good comment. This is a public service announcement. Those other Elon Tesla channels, those are fake channels. Okay, they put fake QR codes up there that we were looking at the beginning where people said, hey, go to the Tesla one, go to this. They also do crypto scams where they say send them 1,000 coin and they'll send you back 1,000 coin. M. Drummer says the Trump campaign office in Virginia has been broken into. Yeah, we'll talk about that probably tomorrow morning. Sandy Beach, hey Rob, I felt bad when you popped in by yourself. I came out to say hi, but now I can't get back in. All right, some good stuff over on X, my friends. Christina Hilton, good to see everybody. Okay, so that's on X. Now, my friends, we are going to leave it there. we're going to head on over to locals and we're going to say our good nights and our goodbyes. And then we're going to come back in the morning for our membos and finish out our debrief and see what the reaction is in the morning. But it's been a heck of a night. I really appreciate going through this with you guys. It's, something we'd be fighting to get into if we were not here, able to go through this historic moment together. So it's really an honor and a privilege to be here. So thanks for joining us. I want to thank our friends who mod the fort down for us. K-Bean, Just Cause, Playing Hooky, our friend Ronnie Cole. We got Zach Nichols, of course, always helping. Janek, Dog Digger, Economy Pilot, Donut, Carrie B, and our friend Zulu. Modding down the fort for us, keeping things nice and orderly. And our Doc Master Elliot's been very helpful lately, so we appreciate Doc Master Elliot. But my friends, I think we're going to leave it there on the night. Oh, Tara Rayner, sharing a Susan Crabtree article. Yeah, Tara, for some reason I was scrolling through it and I just didn't see that. But did you tag me or did you drop it in the comments? Either way, it's a great article. Susan Crabtree, I already know what you're talking about. She has done some great posts on the Secret Service and other big problems that they have. So we'll probably talk about that tomorrow. But thanks for flagging that for us, Tara. Good article. And that was our final one that came in, my friends. It's been a hell of a stream, a heck of a night. Thanks for spending the extra time with us. We are going to come back here tomorrow to get into it again. Regular show, regular time. And in order to do that, locals hang tight. We're going to need to see you right back here so that together, after a good night's sleep, with your help, we can shine that big, beautiful spotlight of accountability and transparency down upon our system with the hope of finding justice. Make it a beautiful night, my friends. Sleep oh so very well. We'll see you right back here tomorrow. Bye-bye.